Gising na. Ebeng, malilate ka na. Nay, si Ebeng ay pa bumangon, no? Sige, ako na dyan. Maghilamos ka na doon.
Pwede ba sa itong damit, di ba?
Oo, pero malit na sa kanya, kaya sa'yo na lang. Yan, kasyang-kasya pala sa'yo eh.
Salamat, kuya.
O basta, may kinig ka mabuti mamaya ah. At ito, importante ito ah.
Magandang araw mga bata. Kumusta na kayo? Muli, ako si Teacher Mark. Masaya ako makasama kayo ngayong araw. Natin, lamang
tungkol sa ating kalusugan. Kaya tara, simulan na natin!
Sasamahan kita kahit isang eroplano ang agwat nating dalawa. Dahil kung nakakapagsalita lamang ang paliparan, Ikukwento niya kung ilang beses akong lumingon pabalik sa'yo nung araw na ako'y lumisan. Papalubog ang araw noon at dahan-dahan lumulubog din ang puso ko sa kalungkutan. Ayaw sana kitang iwan. Gusto kitang samahan sa mga umagang nagmamadali ka papasok sa eskwela. Gusto kitang damayan sa mga gabing nahihirapan ka sa matematika. Gusto kitang yakapin sa tuwing gusto mo nang sumuko dahil akala mo'y wala kang talento sa pagpinta. Ngunit anak, gusto kong ipaalam sa'yo na ikaw ang nagpinta ng buhay ko. Nang dumating ka, naging makulay ang mundo ko. Ang dating mga baluktot na linya ay naging tuwid. Ang dating madilim na larawan ay nabigyan ng liwanag. Kaya anak, gusto pa rin kitang samahan sa bawat mong karanasan, sa mga tagumpay at kabiguan. Sasamahan kita hanggang marating mo ang mga ulap, hanggang maabot mo ang iyong mga pangarap.
Hello, Ma?
Hello anak, sorry kakatapos lang ng trabaho ni Mama.
Okay lang po, Ma. Kakatapos lang din naman po namin maglaro.
Mukhang nandun ka ulit sa paborito mong lugar ah. O sige, ready ka na ba? Punta ka na sa DepEd Commons. Math tayo ngayon ha. Saan na nga ulit tayo nahinto kahapon? Sa problem solving na, di ba? Anak, sasamahan kita. Kahit isang eroplano ang agwat nating dalawa.
Susie Voss says the first step in teaching students to innovate is making sure that educators have opportunities to be innovators themselves. Good morning and magandang buhay at mabuting tao to all DepEd Angeles City teaching and non-teaching personnel, and welcome to our webinar, workshop, and training on elevated and empowered education, designing and implementing sustainable and learner-centered education innovations. This training is brought to you by DepEd Angeles City through the leadership of our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Irilyn P. Tamayo, and the Chairperson of Division Innovation Committee, also our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Fernandina P. Ochenko. We are now live and simul-streaming in our official pages and channel DepEd Tayo Angeles City, DepEd Angeles City official YouTube channel, and Angeles City LRMDS FB group. And so to officially begin our webinar workshop and training, let us join as one nation for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, and please stand by for the opening prayer.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Lupang hiling kamighimo to langit sikoy ko kamighimo to aldoy bulan ikaw ang nagbuhat sa kabituunan ikaw ang nagbuhat sa kalibutan manama mawantog ka warag po ko iling koy ko o Diyos kahibulungan ka busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the lights of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
manama mawantog ka warag po ko iling koy ko o Diyos kahibulungan ka busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko
Thank you so much for tuning in. And again, you are attending the webinar, workshop, and training on elevated and empowered education, designing and implementing sustainable and learner-centered education innovations. This activity is brought to you by DepEd Angeles City through the Division Innovation Committee chaired by our ASDS under the leadership of our Schools Division Superintendent. And so at this juncture, may I invite our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent and the Chairperson of Division Innovation Committee to welcome us in this training. Dear colleagues and school heads, let us listen to our very own Dr. Fernandina P. Ochenko. Good morning po, ma'am.
Uh, my respect to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Irene Pitamayo, our ESCO Chief, Dr. Edgar Manabat, the OIC Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Mandy P. Yutuk, our unit heads, our school heads, of course, and especially our very own teachers here in the City Division of Angeles and the non-teaching personnel also. I'd like also to greet and say hi to the members of the Division Innovation Committee, Dr. Ed, Hazel, Carbungo, Madam Engineer Tin Sarmiento, Madam Leonora Vinuya po. No? And of course, at TWG members, we have Sir Noel Ragani. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sir Ney is also part of the Innovation Committee, and Madam Arceli Garcia and Madam Vilma Enciso. And thank you so much to our very good master teacher of Angeles City National High School, our moderator, MC, Mr. Adrian Tamayo. Muli po, isa pong maganda, ligtas at masayang umaga po sa ating lahat. I would also like to acknowledge of course, our guest, our speaker. Thank you so much, sir. I know with your full packed schedule, you were able to squeeze your schedule so that you could accommodate the division Angeles as we venture in uh, innovation conference, and we know that you will be with us po, no? And you will mentor us and be with us as we journey towards this embracing the culture of innovation in the city of Angeles. So, better than average. Have you heard better than average effect? According to sociologists, most of us will rate ourselves as above average in skill, effort, creativity, intelligence, dependability, athleticism, honesty, and friendliness. Give us a survey regarding almost any trait, and we will almost always rate ourselves as above average. We always believe that we are better than average. Just and the problem lies there because average is the enemy of being excellent. Because we believe no proof even that we are better than average. Therefore, standard we are setting ourselves is average. Because of that, we will not move the needle to excellence. Just this February 20, the Winter Olympics 2022 ended, and we can learn a lot from the athletes on how to perform to a level far above the average. These athletes have always pushed themselves farther, knowing what they have in them. According to the Swedish speed skaters Niels van der Poel, who broke world record in the 10,000 meters, he completely cut what he thought were suboptimal sessions in order to increase the optimal ones. To the athlete, ano, si Van der Poel, doing more meant doing more of what mattered most. Consider one of your most important goals and take a step back. Don't think about what you like to do. Don't think about what other people do. Cut out the suboptimal and increase the optimal. And never forget that you always have more in you than you think. When you are doing something difficult and you think you need to stop, You don't and you must not because you have more in you. That is the way of getting above the average. And that is the way we have, and this is the reason why we have this webinar today on the culture of innovation. We always believe that there is more school heads, that there is more in our teachers, that there is more among the division personnel. As a famous Steve Jobs used to inspire his people by encouraging them to make a dent in the universe, and he rallied his people to see beyond the horizon. According to former Apple employee and Macintosh evangelist Guy Kawasaki, innovation occurs when you decide to make meaning. Meaning implies that you make the world, that make the school, that you make the office place a better place. We will go beyond what sociologists call better than the average effect because here in the division of City of Angeles, we are way above the average. The next time you think you have reached your limit for your students, for your teachers, for the school, for the systems and procedures in our respective offices, do one more. The next time you think you cannot go on, go a little farther. Let us challenge ourselves to see if we can endure just a little more. In time, challenging ourselves will become a habit. And so we will be accomplishing much more than we have ever thought possible. As Winter Olympic winner Van Poel writes, I wasn't mentally strong as a kid. I hated to compete ever since I started speed skating. I truly hated it. It is a little anxiety provoking for me. I think it always will be when I test myself in an activity that I really cared about. But today, it is a walk in the park compared with when I was a kid. This development was mainly acquired through continuous voluntary confrontation with the challenge. It was first when I understood that or felt like I volunteered that I was able to compete with free mind. And so, my dear school heads, I forgot to acknowledge a while ago our public schools district supervisors and our education program supervisors, the LRMDS. I would like to welcome you all. No, I would like to say thank you to the Committee on Innovation for for this uh, for being innovative. So it is now no we are now called for being innovative, and thank you Madam SZS po, no, Madam Superintendent, for I know you are we know that you are an innovative leader. Thank you po, no. Thank you po for supporting us in this endeavor. And so I would like to welcome you to our conference training seminar workshop entitled Elevated and Empowered Education, Designing and Implementing Sustainable and Learner-Centered Education Innovations. Muli po, isa po magandang umaga at masayang araw po sa ating lahat at samahan niyo po kami sa tatlong araw pa na sa susunod pang dalawang araw, maghapon at sa susunod pang dalawa pong araw. Salamat po and God bless us all. Mabuhay po ang Division of Angeles City where we shall start to embrace the culture of innovation. Good morning po.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Dr. Fernandina P. Ochenko, our ASDS of DepEd Angeles City. And after that heartfelt welcome of our ASDS and meaningful insights, at this point, may I invite the School Governance and Operations Division Chief, Dr. Edgar L. Manabat, to read the statement of the objectives of this training. Good morning, sir.
To our Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Irene P. Tamayo, to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Fernandina P. Ochenko, to the CID Chief, Dr. Amando Yuto, to our resource speaker, Mr. Francis Glenn Toscano, fellow unit heads, fellow supervisors, fellow school heads, fellow workers, fellow teachers, ladies and gentlemen, a blessed morning. Our webinar today is set with the following purposes and objectives. First, explore and reflect on the need for innovation in schools and offices to respond to the needs and challenges of the learners and the school community, as well as push the frontiers of learning and teaching. Yes, it's true because innovation in education encourages students, teachers, and non-teaching personnel to explore and use different strategies or techniques to uncover something new, improve the services, the performance, the processes, or the systems. Second, explore and use the thinking and growth mindset as essential approaches or tools in deciding, developing, sustaining education institutions in school and offices. Fellow workers, fellow teachers, we shall always remember design thinking helps us in the process of questioning problem, questioning and even questioning the implications. However, having a mindset as overcome this question when learning something new or developing a new skill. Third, develop and evaluate education innovations that promote 21st century innovation toward effective learner-centered learning and development of social, emotional learning and life skills. Fourth is sustain culture of the school office that promotes growth mindset, team collaboration, client satisfaction, sharing best practices. Yes, apparent that development of a culture of innovation is of utmost importance to become completely proactive, tactical, innovative, and remain successful. So, fellow workers, those are the different objectives lead us to become proactive, innovative, successful in our fields, and successful promoting an elevated, empowered education with a blessed morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edgar L. Manabat, Chief SGOD. And of course, this event will not be completed without the presence of our very own one of the sources of inspiration and mother of DepEd Angeles City, who will be talking about embracing the culture of innovation, starting it up at Angeles City Division. Colleagues, school heads, and friends, let us welcome our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Irilyn P. Tamayo, for her inspirational message. Good morning po, ma'am.
Hello yan, umaga. Morning po sa lahat. Special greetings to our Assistant School Section Superintendent, the Chair of the Division Committee, Dr. Fina P. Oco, to our two Division Chiefs, Dr. Edgar L. Manapa, Dr. Doyutuk, to our school heads, dear unit heads, Dear teacher, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Okay? Today is an eventful day for Angeles City because we have invited a prestigious who will really discuss about the ins and outs of innovation, Sir Francis Jim P. Toscano. Magandang umaga po, Francis, at maraming salamat at pinakakan niyo po imbitasyon. Okay. So to set the pace for today's activity, let us look at slides regarding innovation. So when we say innovation, there are lots of things enter our mind. Will I create something new, or what is actually innovation? So let us these three concepts about innovation particular slide. The first is innovation is the practical implementation of ideas that result in the production of new goods or services or in offering goods or services. So in this first concept of innovation, it tells us it involves a practical implementation of ideas, bright ideas, if I may specify. And these bright ideas will result in number one, introduction of new goods or services. So your bright idea will be able to produce a new product, a new item, or a new brand of service in a particular organization. Or it is still innovation when your bright ideas will result in the improvement in offering goods or services. So, the one concept of innovation entails an ingredient of originality, introduction of new items, new products, new goods, or introduction new services. But the second one involves improvement. No? So there is already an existing product, there is already an existing item, an existing service. Through your ideas, you will be able to improve that product, improve that service. That is still innovation. Let's look at the second concept, which I got from the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Innovation is the act or process of introducing new ideas, devices, or methods. So, based on this dictionary definition, the word new is given emphasis. So, something is identified as an innovation if it introduces a new idea, a new concept, a new design, a new device, a new method, a new type of service. Okay? So that is innovation from Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Now, let's look at the etymology or the origin of the word innovation. Oh, feeling English teacher na naman ako, no? So, if we will look at the etymology or word origin of innovation, it is derived from the Latin verb innovare, which means to renew, no? Baguhin. So, the word renew has a root word which is new, no? Bago. But the Latin word innovare means to renew. Okay? Parang if I may translate in Filipino, it is somewhat redundant. Baguhin ang bago. Okay? So the word has retained its meaning until today. So innovation means to improve, no? Something. For example, a process, a product, or a service. All right? So based on these three concepts of innovation, again, we go back to the first one. All right? So there are two key concepts. Innovation is introducing something new, no? Bago talaga, no? Or it is an improvement of a particular product, a good, or a service, no? Yes, uh, it involves renewing something, okay? Uh, that in turn will result really somewhat something new. All right. So look at this part. So to visualize, when we say innovation, a process by which you make a product or is renewed and brought up to date by new process, introducing techniques or establishing successful ideas, a new value. No? Looking at present setup, a teacher, no? Education program supervisor. I am a public school supervisor. I am a mission unit. I am a school. All right. So, what type of innovation may I introduce in my particular position, particular organization? Okay, this. No, it might give you a bright idea. So your innovation be a renewal, no? A renewed domain, a renewed product, or a renewed service, no? So look at the type of service that you offer. Can I renew this service? Okay? What bright idea, no, will I have so that I can improve the service, the present service or organization is doing? No? So how you do that? According to this part, you may apply new processes, introduce new techniques, or you establish successful ideas to create new value. Look at these concepts. I would say innovation is writing something, no? But here, item, up it in such that it is attractive and it provides a new perspective to a particular product or particular service. No? All right. How can we have culture of fun in the workplace? How can we imbibe vision? Can we add the innovation in our present jobs? No? In our missions. Okay? Here are some tips. No? Look at, no? If it's a cartoon, a caricature. No? There are two students having a conversation. One asks, what is the most important? The person asks, answer perfectly to rules. So when in the process of something or in a process, you have the rules. We mean by this, traditional approaches and traditional methods, you will not get aware of innovation. That is present set. Oh man, pwede na yan. So you just, I use this once in our virtual webinar or meeting. We should not focus on ourselves. We should attitude, pwede na yan. O yan. No? So we will not get anyone in the field of innovation if be our mind. The okay na yan or pwede na yan attitude. Let's challenge the status quo. Look at the prevailing situation in place. How else I improve this? I am an education program supervisor and day out. Here are KR. But how can I improve manner of teaching in particular subject area? No? Innovate. What new things may I introduce to make the of English, Filipino, panlipunan, TL, no? And the like. More innovative and motive can produce 21st century learner. Ayan. Hindi na pwede yung mga marurunong na yan. So, we have the laid back personality if us adopt culture of innovation. Same is true for us schools, no? So we are aware of KR, but let's try to look, no? Our environment in your school. What movements need to be done? New things you introduce further, again, improve teaching and learning process in classroom, community relationship, no? Strategic management, and the like. How can we embed the culture of innovation? Let us collect ideas everywhere, no? Read journals, newspapers, articles in the internet. We collect ideas everywhere. Innovation project need new ideas to overcome obstacles, to change concept, and to opt strategies. No? Sometimes simple conversations with our teachers, no? If we are supervisors or we are heads, during simple conversations, teachers, we will know their needs. And then we come up with ideas, bright ideas, in order to test their needs. Knows come up with an idea that will qualify as innovate. Okay. Next, believe possible. Big broad idea. You will at once say, mahirap yan. Parang impossible yan eh. No? So sometimes you have to capture that idea, no? Believe in possible. Well, let's try. No? Let us imagine how your innovation will look like in reality. There are some cases where innovation, the innovative proposal, no? That promising on paper, no? On sa after parang it's not innovation. No? If you will, that's no to see. Let's try. Let us to find how this innovative idea look will look like in reality, no? And that will be able to surpass all odds in to realization of innovative idea or innovative concept. Okay? It's believe in the impossible. Again, no? To not into ideas such mahirap eh. Hindi yan. No? Invisible. Otherwise, will be fitted those mindsets. Hindi yan. Pwede yan. Cannot a culture of innovation in our place. So we need, which we call innovation, where as a team we put no different perspectives, different styles. Number people team bring different sets of thinking. Oh, Sir Frank talk about design thinking later on. Sets of styles, no? Great that will, no? If you having individual different perspectives, thinking styles, innovation needs the diversity, variances, and diverse of thinking. So what are of innovation that you think of, you can start on. You move on a process. And it's filled with process. So, dear units, dear divisions, you can have an innovation that will involve different of process. Remember, key concept step is the idea CI or continuous improvement. So what I've said a while ago, look at access and develop new solutions. Try to embrace culture of continuous improvement. Uh, Perhaps we can have product like instructional materials, no, development of innovative products or product features. I remember when I was a teacher here at SDO Angeles City, the division office has a project entitled Project Mission. No, I don't remember anymore what mission stands for. It's an acronym, but I vividly remember the mechanics of Project Mission. It encourages teachers to come up with innovative instructional materials in different subject areas. I had the chance to represent our school uh, in English, so I tried to develop or to come up with an innovative instructional material. I presented it to our education program supervisors, and then it was a part of an exhibit during the education week. No? So I was so inspired by that particular project when I was assigned as the OYC SDS of the division of Mabalacat City. I introduced that concept to our supervisor in LRMDS. So I told him, sir, when I was in Angeles City, we had this. Why don't we come up with an idea similar to this here at the division of Mabalacat City? Okay, so I explained the mechanics the way I remembered them, and then I asked the supervisor there in LRMDS to think of a proper name for the project. So he came up with the term Project I Care. So it's about, again, producing instructional materials. We literally copied the mechanics of Project Mission. It was a contest of innovative instructional materials in different subject areas. We just included ALS and SPED. Okay? But the second year, I told our EPS in LRMDS, sir, let's step Project I Care a notch higher. No? This time, let us ask our teachers to produce manipulative instructional materials. No? Because I observed what they presented last year, it is the teacher who would manipulate or use the IM in order to make the students or learners master a competency. Okay? So I said this time, let's do it differently. Let's require them or let's ask them to produce IMs that will be manipulative in nature. No? 21st century thinking. Let us try to make our learners not only thinkers, but also thinkers. No? So, it was the most memorable project I Care in the division of Mabalacat City at that time, no? Because we were amazed by the manipulative instructional materials that our teachers were able to produce. For me, no, those are innovations, no, because they took the 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 instructional material concept a notch higher. No? This time, it will be the students who would really manipulate the IM to master the competency. Okay? Uh, we were planning to take Project I Care a notch higher again the next year. This time, introducing or asking students or learners to produce their own IMs that will make them master a particular skill. But I was transferred to another division, okay? And I could not take the concept here at the division of Angeles City because they might have it at the division of Mabalacat City, and then it would look like that we copied something, okay? And then the pandemic struck suddenly, okay? So that's it. So that is product development, no? Here is a product, an instructional material, or taking it a notch higher, improving it, no? Adding new concepts, adding new details, that may still be classified as innovation. No? So let's look at, I was thinking of an illustration for a product development innovation. No? So I thought of the thermometer. When we were still younger kids, the thermometer that my mother has was like this. No? Yung sa loob niya mercury. No? Ayan. So that was the first thermometer that I knew. And then, when I already got married, I had my own kids, the thermometer that our doctor gave us, the pediatrician gave us, was a digital thermometer. This one, the second picture or image, no? And during the pandemic, ayan, we have the thermal scanner, no? So, non-contact na yan. Taking it a notch higher. Yan. So, just put your wrist, and then your thermometer will be, your temperature will already be reflected on that small screen. And then, we also have this, no? One, where was I? I think I had a chance to go to SM Telebastagan, and in one entrance, we just placed our forehead on a screen, and then our temperature was captured. Okay, so see, that is, or these are examples of product improvements, no? From the thermometer where there's mercury inside, to a digital thermometer, to a thermal scanner, no? To these ones. So these are actually also classified as innovations. So in the end, my dear SDO and City team, no, innovation is the ability to change as an opportunity, not a threat. So let's not be afraid, no. Let's not be again concepts that I was telling you. Let us believe in the impossible, no. Let's try new things. Let us not rest our laurels, no. Let us not be satisfied with okay na yan, pwede na yan, no. Let's adapt and embrace innovation even in the midst of a pandemic, no, a change in leadership, and so on. Next, innovation is taking two things that already exist and putting them together in a new way. No? So sometimes teachers, school heads, unit heads, all of us are afraid of the word innovation because we have this kind of thinking that it involves some creating something new, no? Parang invention na yan, no? I did not include that more in these slides. There is a difference between invention and innovation. All right? So, innovation is just, I repeat, from Tommy Freston, it's taking two things that already exist, putting them together in a new way, improving a product, improving a service, so that it comes up as something new. Innovation. So, to end this particular talk, let me cite one of the foremost innovators of all time, Thomas Edison. He said, "There's a way to do it better. Find it." So, my dear STO Angeles City team, in order for us to embrace the culture of innovation, Let us find a way to do things better. Will ultimately find ways to make things better. In that case, we can say we have embraced the culture of innovation. We are all innovators. And in the process, the ultimate beneficiaries will be our learners. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Para sa bata, para sa guro, para sa bayan. Have a great day, everyone.
There you go. Thank you so much for the inspiring message and encouraging insights, Dr. Maria Irelyn P. Tamayo, our Schools Division Superintendent. Indeed, your presentation gave us a renewed meaning of innovation, which shall guide us in our creative endeavors in our schools and our SDO. So momentarily, I would also like to express our advanced appreciation to the people behind this training activity, which includes the members of the Division Innovation Committee. We have our chairperson, Dr. Fernandina P. Ochenko, the chairperson of the Division Innovation Committee. We also have the members, Dr. Edgar L. Manabat, Chief SGOD, Dr. Amando C. Yutuk, our OIC Chief CID, Ma'am Hazel Carbonco, the Administrative Officer 5, Sir Avenir V. Mendoza, our IT Officer, Ma'am Maria Leonora E. Vinoya, our Senior Education Program Specialist of Planning and Research. Furthermore, our great appreciation to the members of the technical working group of this webinar workshop training. We have Ma'am Arceli Garcia, Senior Education Specialist of Human Resource Development, Ma'am Vilma Enciso, Education Program Specialist of Human Resource Development, and the Production Director, we have Sir Noel S. Reganit, Project Development Officer 2 of LRMDS, and yours truly. We also would like to express our appreciation to Ma'am Ana Marie Carmen Romero, Education Program Specialist of SOCMOB and Division Information Officer. And so, let us show some feed of our live audience. No? Sir Noel, I believe we have some feed from our schools. Our setup is apparently being shared. The StreamYard, our live streaming through our official pages and channel is being live streamed by our ICT coordinators in the groups, no? Parang breakout sessions na po ito agad, no? Bawat schools po meron po silang kani-kanyang groups or para pong platform for them to be able to interact, no, among themselves as they make sense of what is being presented po or what will be presented later on. Right now, we have Angeles City Science High School. Good morning po, taga-Aksay. Yan po ang School of the Champions. Yan. Headed by Sir Ariel Rivera and Ma'am Lot De Jesus. Good morning po sa mga teachers po natin. Kaway-kaway naman po dyan. Bakit parang seryoso? Pwede po kayong kumaway. Or probably, sir, delay ang ating feed kaya hindi nila maririnig agad po na pinapakaway po natin sila. Yan, nag-send po sila ng mga heart, heart emojis po ba to o emoticons? Ayan. Ariel Rivera ba sinabi ko po? Ariel T. Perez. Artista pala yon. Ayan, thank you so much. Yan po ang isa sa ating pong mga live audience po. Meron pa pong mga iba't ibang school from LM, junior, and senior high school po. Meron po tayong mga kani-kanyang platform na kinikater po as of the moment. And so let's get the ball rolling and to introduce our renowned resource speaker of this webinar workshop and training who will be with us for the 3 non-consecutive days. Actually, siya po yung naging inspiration natin ni na Sir Noel po, ni na Ma'am Arceli sa Tech Talk Talk kung naalala nyo po nung umpisa po ng pandemic, no? Siya po yung ating naging inspiration sa mga ganitong setup. So may I call on the Education Program Specialist of Planning and Research and a member of the Division Innovation Committee, Ma'am Maria Leonora E. Vinoya, for the introduction of our resource speaker. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Sir Adrian. My prestige to introduce to you our speaker with a bit lengthy of his achievements and engagements. He graduated with honorable mention in AB Philosophy at Ateneo de Manila Batch 2009, took the licensure examination after a year where he top-notched the 2010 licensure examination for teachers and ranked third in the entire country. Earned 18 units in MA Basic Education Training at Ateneo de Manila University but shifted to focus on distance education, currently working on his thesis in Master in Distance Education at the University of the Philippines. In the highlights of his achievements, our speaker received numerous awards, both in the local and international level. Among his awards are awardee 100 Spotlight on Creativity in Finland, also awardee in 100 list of 100 top education innovations in Finland, 30 Under 30 International Literacy Association in USA, 100 Spotlight on Sustainability in K-12, again in Finland, and another award from Best K-12 Teacher, the Tech Advocate Awards in USA. By demand, he was also requested as resource speaker in the entire country and around the globe, which is very evident with his 12 keynote speakership and plenary panel facilitated, 7 international speakership, and 10 national speakership. Surely that our audience today will be excited of what our speaker has in store for us for the 3 days set for us. To mention a few among his talks were Education 4.0 Impact, Challenges, and Issues on the K-12 Curriculum, held at DepEd Ecotech Center, Cebu City, Transformative Teachers, Empowered Learners, How Pedagogy Drives the Use of Technology in the Classroom, Aptitude at the University of Cordilleras, Baguio City. He also mentored and facilitated in the Apple Distinguished Educators Australia Academy at Melbourne, Australia, and the Google in Education Summit at Taichung, Taiwan. He was also featured speaker in the Philippine Global Teacher Prize Forum and nationwide caravan with Department of Education multi-cities. With pride, I must say that his worldwide trainings and conferences attended were aboard at the international level and gained his knowledge and expertise from Australia, Singapore, Berlin, Texas, Abu Dhabi, UAE, Taiwan, Dubai, and Malaysia. Of course, for those who will be looking forward for wanting more of his expertise, knowledge, and engagement, you can access his publications on journals, ebooks, and multi-touch books, which he had very recent publications during pandemic times like Can Schools Ace Online Learning in a Pandemic? Embracing Online Distance Learning, Thinking About Pedagogy in an Unfolding Pandemic. Our speaker is also a member of Varkey Teacher Ambassadors in London, UK, co-leader Google Education Group, advisory board and member of Apple Distinguished Educators, ambassador Book Creator App, CISO Learning App, and a member in EdTech Philippines. His membership and ambassador in different international and national organizations have molded him to be one of the most in-demand resource speakers in the field of technology and innovation. Currently, the Grade School EdTech Coordinator at Xavier School, Grade School Department Chair, Program Head at Frontiers and Innovations in Teaching, National Conference on Education and Technology Integration, Digital Learning and Innovation Specialist, and Consultant on PowerMap Business Systems Incorporated and Rex Publishing Incorporated. Makerspace and STEAM leader at Global Education Advocate, visionary educator and school leader. My dear friends and colleagues, help me welcome the founder of Empowered Advocacy and host of Empowered Podcast, the young strategic innovator, Mr. Francis Jim B. Toscano. Good morning, Sir Jim.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Can everyone go to the comment section and say, well, how are you feeling right now? Let's just test if everyone's listening. Please go to your comment section right now, and I want to hear how you are doing right now. And while you're typing, let me just set up my presentation. Okay. Let me just right. Okay, thank you everyone for those who were answering. I'm trying to look for my okay. Sir Noel, yeah, there. All right. So thank you everyone, and thank you to our dear superintendent, to our dear supervisors, to our chiefs here, and all teachers, and all even non-teaching staff here. I just want to have a short disclaimer. Number one, um, I would love to I would love to really say that um, a big part of my talk has been actually explained by our dear superintendent, and I love the discussion. The innovation thoughts about innovations were very clear. Hence, I'm very happy because we will be starting with some thoughts already on our mind, right? This is a 3-day workshop series. So there will be different dates that will be announced to you. But for this, our workshop, the 3-day workshop, is actually divided into three important parts. Number one, today is about understanding education innovation. And when I say understanding education innovation, I want to start with the big ideas, the core principles, so that whether you are teaching in the classroom, leading a school, monitoring a district or a group of district, or maybe leading on the depth ed office level, like a supervisor, or maybe you're not technically handling curriculum, but you're actually part of depth ed, so that even if you are in the systems part, governance part, there are actually some education innovations. And I love what our dear superintendent has mentioned. There are different kinds of innovations. It's not just a product innovation. You can also look at the processes, how things are done. There are a lot of things that we can renew, like what our superintendent has say, innovate. There are innovative things that we can do depending on our context. So don't get pressured and compare and start comparing yourself with other people, because there are innovations are actually anchored on context and needs of people. So what we're going to do right now is that we will be able to talk about an education innovation and the importance of context, understanding the context of the people who will be using our education innovation. Day two will be about designing education innovation. So we will undergo a series of mini series of workshop within day two, so that you will be guided on how to design your education innovation. Day two is one of the hardest and toughest days here. Second day, because your brain will be squeezed so that you'll be able to come up with your prototype of innovation. And then day three is about talking about how do we sustain education innovation. You will find out later on why it's very important for us to to be able to sustain our education innovation, because if we don't sustain our education innovation, we cannot actually call it an innovation. I will explain to you later on the marks of innovation, and I hope I'll make it clear. So let's start with our first discussion or lecture. Why innovation and in education matters. I'm gonna read to you one of the most if not the most inspiring person that I really know, and I've been really influenced by him. You know him, Steve Jobs of Apple, co-founder and former CEO of Apple. He says this, and I'm gonna read it. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the one who see things differently. They're not fond of rules. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. But the only thing you can't do is ignore them because they can change things. They push the human race forward, and while some say or some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius because the ones who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do. This is by Steve Jobs in 1997. Now, I want you to go to your chat box again, your comment section, and tell me the words that have struck you, the words that have deep impact based on what Steve Jobs has said. So, can you please go to your comment section and then type in the most striking word or phrase from the quotation from Steve Jobs? Let me give you 2 minutes. All right, so let me just read. See things differently, round pegs in square holes. Ayan. That is very interesting. I don't know if you understand what it means, but round pegs, pegs are the one that you use in creating tent, yung tinutusok sa lupa. So, ibig sabihin, round pegs, bilog na pegs, pero yung hole mo square. Right? Round pegs in square holes. They push the human race forward crazy, glorify, they're not fond of rules. Crazy ones. And change the misfits. The ones who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do it. Right. Very interestingly, Steve Jobs is one of the best innovators of the world, right? And Steve Jobs, he does not follow rules. And dear superintendent mentioned that a while ago. Like the only rule that matters is to break the rules. Very interestingly, because innovations do not come out of the ordinary. They do not come out of the ordinary. If you keep on following what is the status quo, no new things would come out, right? No change will come out, right? And some people will see them as crazy ones. And I love the idea, crazy ones. The crazy ones are the ones who make change, the ones who think outside the box, the ones who are brave enough to question, the ones who are brave enough not to follow rules and think differently. All of these things are actually the guiding principles of Apple. That's why they are able to create new products or innovative products. Seeing things differently, be the crazy ones, making change, not following rules. Very important yan in the life of Apple. They don't follow rules. They remove the how do you call that? AirPods, the 3.5 jack millimeter. They're the ones who remove the cord earphones. They remove. You know that they're the ones also who removed the floppy disk. Then everyone followed. They're the one who removed the CD drive because now laptops have no CD drive or optical drive. They're the ones who started it. They don't follow rules, and everyone just keep on following them. That's the trademark. Being an innovator for Apple is not about doing it the first. It's not about being the first. Our education system right now is so hooked up with being the first. We're the one who did this, first who do that. We're first place, we're whatever. But no, a true innovator does not believe in being the first. For Steve Jobs, the true innovator is about being the one who does things better. That's innovation. It's about doing things the best way, right? And education innovation also is guided by the idea that This is from the Bible, and I think it was Jesus who said this. Do not put new wine into old wineskin. And if I would try to connect this with the education system that we have, the only thing that I could say is that, we have fresh ideas, we have new students coming in and out, and yet we are teaching fitting them into our traditional ways. That's very interesting because even Jesus sees things as, if you have good opportunities, if you have new things, new ideas, new people coming in, do not put them into old things, old wineskin. You know why? Because that new wine will actually destroy the old wineskin. The big idea here is maybe we need to explore new things. Maybe we need to explore new wineskin because we have new wine, right? And how does that relate with education innovation? Because right now, and I want to start with this, the context of our students right now, fourth industrial revolution, some are saying fifth industrial revolution already. They're talking about fifth industrial revolution, but in the Philippines, yung iba nasa agricultural revolution pa, nasa third revolution pa. We're still trying to do fourth industrial revolution, but in some countries they're already doing fifth industrial revolution. But what does this mean for us? Our students are not living in the same context with us. If you have memories of life without the internet, di ba yun yung mga nostalgic post natin sa Facebook? Batang 90s, batang 80s. Ako kasi batang 90s. I was born 1989, so I grew up in the 90s, right? It's very nostalgic. I have a memory of life without computer. Laking probinsya pa ako. I was born and raised in Abra, so I'm an Ilocano. I have memories of life without internet, without cell phone. But our students right now do not have the same memory. And while we treasure our nostalgic 90s, 80s life or 70s, I don't think I don't think it's also proper to shove in the minds and heads of the student our own context when we were children. Precisely because our own children, our youth right now are living in a world where there is a fundamental change, where there's a fundamental revolution. What do we mean by that? That everything else right now is being governed by the integration of digital technology into our own daily living. Like for example, in my home, I have my own personal assistant. I have Siri in my HomePad. I have Siri in my cell phone. I set the alarm clock. I check the weather through artificial intelligence assistants. Our students actually does that, right? They have their own ways of really putting in technology in their life. So much so that experts say that technology, digital technology, mobile devices of our students, they are extensions of who they are. They are extensions of themselves, so that if we remove technology from them, ay para silang nawalan ng kamay, nawalan ng paa, amputated. It's the same thing. When I travel, I bring with me my laptop and everything. Why? Because my work connects. My devices connect me with my work. That's why when I go on trip, I can study. I can work in the airport while waiting for my flight. That's how deep it is. Right now, during the pandemic, right? Our context right now, the pandemic, it's a VUCA world. It's volatile. It's uncertain. It's complex and it's ambiguous. We don't know what's really happening. That's also the context of our students right now. We're not sure of the future that will come. We know that there will be a future, but we know that it could be volatile, which means change is so fast. The pandemic, right? The pandemic's coming here, right? Oh, sorry, I read the comments there and just want to address it. I don't think innovators are always thinking about breaking the rules, as this implies an attitude of constant rebellion. I don't think this is what we meant. I don't think we want innovators to be doing rebellion. And rebellion, actually, if you could remember your 80, rebellion is not the same with revolution, right? Rebellion often ends up not being successful. Revolutions are the one being successful. So I would say innovators are revolutionary, right? revolutionary. So yeah, I agree with you. Breaking the rules is not all about rebelling from everyone or even your leaders. I don't think that's the message that we're trying to put out here, right? But yeah, I think I'm not. But the proper word for me, an innovator, anything innovative should be revolutionary because they change things, right? And I also want to put this idea also that, if you're a leader and you're afraid of teachers doing their own thing, not following your set rules without big implication, I really think you need to reflect on what kind of leadership you have, because innovation cannot also happen if you're a very strict leader. If you want everyone to simply follow what you want to do. Our dear superintendent mentioned that a while ago. There's so much agency for everyone. There's so much freedom, right? So yeah. Anyway, I think I addressed that so that we don't miss the proper idea about innovation. But then going back, again, the context of your students are different from your context. Kung ikaw tuwang-tuwa sa buhay na walang internet, walang technology, wag mong isama ang mga students mo. Kasi may mga ibang students na sanay na talaga sa technology. The big factor really there is how do we make use of technology to help them be better. And don't I don't believe when people say they can live without technology. You know why? Because technology is everywhere. Your transportation is technology, your health system is technology, your banking is technology. If you say you can live without technology, sige, paano ka sweldo from DepEd? O ATM is technology. Nagkasakit ka, you go to the hospital, that's technology. So I dare say, please don't say you can live without technology. Maybe you're just referring to social media, right? And social media is just a teeny tiny thing, extension or part of technology. That's why the big idea right now is we understand our context. I think we need to understand that we are living in a digital world. Not just in the digital world, but we're living in a world that is uncertain. It's volatile. There are change. So education innovation matters because they are teachers, school communities, leadership. That's the way to respond to the changing context of our students, right? That is our response. Education innovations are not your yearly project that when you're done submitting, nalagay mo na siya sa RPSM mo, nasali mo na siya, nanalo na siya, iiwan mo na. That's what I want to break. Innovation does not happen overnight. Innovations are not things that you submit, right? Out of because you're a master teacher, right? You're required to, or maybe you're a teacher, you're required to submit, right? We need to change that attitude. For example, in my school, in Xavier School, our innovations are long standing. We look at them over the years. We actually integrate them in our normal way of teaching, learning, and running the whole school for so many years. We don't leave them just because the school year is done and then we look for another innovation. No. So that is the importance of education, or innovation in education. We need that to respond to the changing world. And this is very much focused on learners, but I want to challenge also those who are working on the system, on the processes, those who are not in the teaching scenario, right? How are you going to improve the way, for example, the offices cater to the needs of your clientels, parents, your stakeholders, your students, and even your teachers. So now, how do you improve the systems so that they could be more efficient? They could be more effective. That's also innovation. So while we're very much focused on what's happening in the classroom, I want to challenge everyone also, even the non-teaching personnels here or staff or leaders. For our dear PSDS, for our dear supervisors, what kind of innovation could you think of so that you can improve or whatever outcome you are expecting, right? So here's the thing. That's my challenge right now. We need to expand the way we see innovation. And I just wanna explain this further. Our dear superintendent mentioned most of this, but I just wanna talk about this and drive the point, right? It is not about technology. So don't think about innovation as all about technology. However, technology could help, could make things easier and faster. Now, it's not even about inventions. Innovations is not equal to inventions. Some inventions are not really taking off. Hindi sikat yung mga invention. You know why? Because sometimes, hindi naman sila kailangan eh. Nag-invent lang si inventor pero wala namang gustong gumamit. You know the reason why? Some inventors actually invent because they're curious. They're not inventing for other people. Innovations understand the need of people they are catering to. That's why it makes sense for them. That's why the product, the processes, the innovations that are coming out, the strategies, the approaches that are coming out of innovations are actually used and done because they matter to the users. O ganito na tayo mag-isip ha. Every time we think of an education innovation, we ask ourselves, sino ba ang gagamit nito? Ano ba ang problema na sinusolve natin? Right? You don't just think of, uy, bago yung Instagram, gagamitin ko nga sa classroom ko. Or, uy, bago yung Kahoot. Sige, magkakahoot ako sa mga mag-a-apply sa office namin. Innovations do not follow what is sikat. They do not follow what the fad. Instead, innovations are rooted in problems that needs to be solved. Very important, by the way. What makes something innovative? It's the design, scalability, and impact. Again, we will talk about this marks of an innovation. It's the design, the scalability, and impact. Very important to think about those three things that I mentioned. Innovation in education encourages teachers and students to explore, research, and use all the tools to uncover something new. It involves a different way of looking at problems and solving them. Kung kailangan mong tumambling, tumihaya, tumuwad, or whatever para tingnan ang isang problema, gawin mo yon. Because that's what a true innovator does, to see things from different angles, to see things differently. Innovation does not mean creating something new out from nothing. Hindi po tayo Diyos, hindi natin kaya 'yon. Just like with any good science project, it relies on researching existing solution. Look at what has been happening because sometimes your innovation, feeling mo innovation, hindi pala, ginawa na pala ng iba at yung result hindi pala maganda. So okay lang din if you want to use that, but try to do some research. Right? Hindi ibig sabihin innovations are always something new. They could be existing solutions that you have already improved. Case in point, the iPhone. The iPhone, when it came out, it was not the first. It was not the first smartphone. They were smartphones already before. But they tried to look at the users and ask, ano ba yung ayaw nyo? Yung iba gusto ng keyboard, physical keyboard. Pero ang sabi ni Apple, baka pwedeng tanggalin na yung physical keyboard and palitan ng virtual keyboard so that we can have more space because some of the users actually want bigger screen. So you're not necessarily creating something new out of nothing. You're basically building from what has been existing before. And I just want to emphasize also when as we talk about dimensions of innovation in education, may I just remind everyone that sometimes it also helps when we do not label our projects or initiative as innovation agad. 'Di ba? Ang assuming naman, hindi mo pa nga na-implement, hindi mo pa na-scale, hindi mo pa napaplano, innovation na agad. Let's start with the big idea of education initiative, education project, education solution. Saka na natin i-claim na innovation agad pag meron na tayong na-target na natin yung 3 marks. 'Di ba? So, another note, hindi po importante for me. Some of teachers, I work with teachers, I mentored. Alam nyo yung nagpapatagal sa amin? Yung acronym na yan. Hindi ko alam kung bakit 1 day, 1 week ang kailangan ni teacher para mag-isip ng acronym. May acronym na siya, hindi pa nga niya alam yung problemang sinosolve niya. So I know that by face value, acronym adds something. But again, teachers, don't start with the acronym. Later on, we will find out that what matters actually is the problem. Yung acronym na yan, susunod na yan. You know, I'm emphasizing this. It's not that I hate acronyms. It's just that when I was mentoring teachers, my goodness, ang tagal namin dahil sa acronym lang yan. Hirap na hirap si teacher sa acronym, hindi makapag-focus sa problem at sa solution at sa process dahil sa acronym. Minsan may naisip ng acronym. Tapos yung acronym pala, hindi naman siya angkla sa problema. Gusto lang niya yung acronym kasi yun yung sikat na word. I don't know. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Your innovation will speak for itself, not the acronym. The impact, the scalability will speak for itself. The speak for itself. Kahit ang acronym mo ay sobrang simple. Right? Kung ang impact mo ay ang gandang-ganda, galing-galing ng impact mo, ang scalability, ginagamit na pala ng ibang regions yung sinimulan mo, talo mo ang pinakamagandang acronym dyan. Okay, o na-take note ko na yun ha, kasi yan yung nagpapatagal sa mga teachers especially when I'm mentoring. Okay. All right. So may I continue? From Lars Edsdal, Executive Director of Education Evolving, there are 4 dimensions of education innovation. Number 1, extent of newness. Type A innovations would mean it's a fundamental redesign. What does fundamental redesign? You're changing the whole thing. You're changing the whole thing, the whole process. You're adding in a new approach in teaching math. You're changing the way you do things. Like, for example, instead of the traditional math curriculum or approach, you're bringing in Singaporean math curriculum. That's fundamental redesign, right? Incremental, which means bit by bit. So, for example, in the processes, instead of using using printed memo, you're now sending digital memo with Google Forms or whatever. Or maybe you're gathering data collection from parents, so that's easier for you to collect data. You're now using Google Forms instead of printing papers. That is incremental improvement, right? That is incremental improvement. Okay. Another dimension, ever done before? So is your education innovation done before? If it's not yet, that means it's an invention, and that's okay. It's a new thing. If it was done already, that could be a replication. And replication is okay. Replication is okay. Malay mo, nung replicate mo, mas maganda pala yung impact on your situation, on your context. So that's okay. What else? What is the third one? Is the school new? So remember that sometimes we need remember that we need to look at the school. Is the school new, or is the school already existing and you're simply adapting something? So that's okay also, regardless of the newness of the school. And then of course, the last one is who initiates it? Is it people at the working level, which means the school community, or are you partnering with another organization? Because that's also possible. There are some other organization who could partner with you and help you with the way you do innovation. All right. So those are the 4 dimensions of innovation. Extent of newness, ever done before, is the school new, who initiates it. Okay. Now, let's look at the stages of innovation in education. This is what we're going to do on day 2, but I can already give you a glimpse so that you can already look at the process itself. Sabi ni Sir Jefferson Gomez, patalastas lang ito. Naalala ko, thesis ko tuloy, di ko pa natatapos dahil lang sa acronym ng framework ko. Yan kasi, ang hilig-hilig natin minsan sa acronym na talagang nauubos yung time natin dyan. Right? So sunod na yung acronym na yan. Okay. So what are the stages of education innovation? There are 3. Basically, it's the development, implementation, and growth and scaling. Sorry for a lot of you. Day one is very cognitive intensive tayo. Cognitive intensive, which means that you will learn a lot because I want everyone to be on the same page. So that by day two, mas madali na tayong maggawa-gawa ng innovation. Okay, three phases. Number one, development. Number two, implementation. And number three is growth and scaling. Remember a while ago, I mentioned about scalability and impact. You can only call your innovation an innovation if there's an impact, there's a measure of impact, and this is scaled. Ang hirap kasi pag sinabi nating innovation, pero tayo lang naman pala yung gumagamit. Walang counter-checking. And I say this candidly, and let's be honest, it is a big temptation to manipulate the data so that the result, the outcome, goes to what we expect. That's why we need to scale it. We need others to make use of it. Right? Si Teacher Michael, patalastas ulit. What if wala pang acronym pero may objectives na talaga? I would challenge you. You know what? In the development of education innovation, you don't even start with objectives. You start with the problem. Meron ka ng objectives, hindi mo pa nga alam yung problema. Problem is the beginning. I'm gonna teach you design thinking later on. Design thinking is that a lot of innovators and business people use to create products and innovation. They don't start with objectives. That's very teacher. That's very lesson plan. You're not doing lesson plan here. You're actually solving problems. So the first one is problema. Ano ba yung problema mo sa buhay or problema ng mga users mo? Right? Very radical, and I hope you're very open with that kasi that's how we're going to do things. Okay? Number one, development. Okay? So development, design thinking process. That's why we will undergo design thinking process later on, and then tomorrow, that's your first, on the day two, that's your first activity. Design thinking process is a very human-centered, user-centered way of solving things. You start with the user, empathize with the problem and the challenges so that you will better understand the problem. You don't start with acronym. You don't start with the objectives. You don't start with the solution already in mind. I was in, I think you're the third or fourth division that I've worked with in terms of education innovation. Since last year, I've been working. In one of the division, si teacher, pinagpipilitan niya, teacher, video-based learning solution, video-based learning, video-based learning. Video-based learning ng video-based learning si teacher, meron na siyang solution agad. Then I asked, sige, mag-design thinking tayo. Ano ba yung problema, konteksto? And nakita niyang 90% of her students actually do not have access, do not have computers at home. So sabi ko kay teacher, so paano natin gagamitin yung video? May solution ka na, pero yung konteksto mo, nung nag-empathize ka, empathy stage, when we underwent, 90% of your students do not have internet connection, do not have computer. So paano ngayon? Ipupush mo ba yung video-based learning mo? Kasi pag ipupush mo yan, talagang hindi na siya align sa problem. Pag pinush mo yan, ang impact mo mababa o minsan wala. Ang scalability mo wala. Right? So it's not working. It's not gonna be something that you will be doing. Right? So there, the design thinking process, empathize, defined, ideate, we define the problem, we ideate solutions, we prototype the solution, and then we test if everything is working, right? So this is the development stage, the design thinking. Emphasize, define, ideate, prototype, and then test. Ito yung madugo, ito yung gagawin natin. Development is really the more challenging one. The next one is implementation. Oh, sorry. When we say implementation, that's the second step. We now have to put what we have developed and execute them in a real world, a class setting or a school setting, or maybe in your, if you're a non-teaching personnel, in your own office, in your own department or bureau or whatever. You have to execute it, right? You have to implement it. Then you have to evaluate it if it's working or not. And then you have to reflect and improve it. Why is this so? Because sometimes there are processes or there are things that we can improve on. Ang implementation, hindi lang yan once na nangyayari. If you want, di ba sa research study, if you want to have consistent result, you continue doing it. Hindi mo lang siya implement for one day. You implement it over a quarter or maybe months or weeks, improving along the way and reflecting how you can improve it. That's how we want um that's how we want to happen, how implementation should happen. There's execution, there's evaluation, there's reflection, and you keep on improving. And hindi lang siya one day, one week, or else your data will not be very consistent, right? You can also implement it across the board, right? If you're working on different offices or different classes, you can also do it in different sections. Now, after everything, after gathering your data, and it's a good initiative, education, you can now look at growth and scaling. What does growth and scaling mean? Sustainability, which means that you have to grow your innovation. You have to let others use it. You have to share it. It could be a wider school, community integration, or usage of your teachers in the same grade levels, or maybe in another level, they can try it also. You can also go to conferences, share it. Be part of professional learning community. Ang dami-daming mga workshops ngayon, ang dami-daming mga conferences. Why not pitch your idea and then share it to the conferences? Why not showcase it to other schools? 'Di ba may mga innovation competitions kayo? Why not let other schools use it, adopt it? And may I just remind that in growth and scaling, the correct word here, the operative word here is collaboration, teamwork. You work with other people. And a true innovator is not someone who keeps great ideas to him or herself. A true innovator shares best practices, shares good works, okay? And you know what kills collaboration, what kills creativity, what kills innovation? I'm going to be candid, it's called competition. It's called selfishness. It's called self-centeredness. That's why when I judge innovation competition, a big if I were to judge, if I'm a judge, I would always pick the innovation that has been adopted by other schools. Even if ang ganda-ganda ng innovation, pag isang teacher lang ang gumagamit, I would question validity of data. Walang triangulation of result dun eh. And I just want to be candid because sometimes there is a big temptation for us to treat data or manipulate data so that they can result into the outcomes that we're expecting. So my suggestion is, even if you're not doing that, we trust you naman. But you have to guard yourself in terms of credibility and integrity. So you let others use it. Right? So again, competition, self-centeredness kills creativity, collaboration, and in the end, innovation. I hope that that is very clear, right? So those are the three stages of education innovation. Again, what are the three stages? They're called development, implementation, growth, and scaling. Now, let's go to the next part. What are the three marks of an innovation in education? The three marks of an education innovations are pretty much the same like what I've been saying a while ago. Okay? There are three marks: novelty of design, impact, and scalability. So before you can even say that your work is an innovation, you must tick these three. So wag tayong assuming, iniisip pa lang natin education innovation na agad or pinoproclaim na natin na innovation. Wag po sanang ganon. We can always start with an education initiative, education project. Di ba? So that's good. That's why I love those project I care, project whatever. Kasi education innovation always start with with projects or initiatives. So what are the three marks? Number one, novelty of the design. The design of the initiative or project answers the question, does it solve the problem? Is it aligned to the problem? Does it consider the context of the learner? Is the design something new, something old? Doesn't really matter, but does it improve or solve the problem? That's novelty of design. That's the second impact is the second mark is called impact. What do you mean by impact? How does it improve the situation? How do users benefit from it? What are the good outcomes that have come out of it? So usually pag impact, there is a research that comes with it. Kasi that's the only way to measure impact is to conduct a research, is to do a research, it's to gather data. So very important that your education projects or initiatives can be actually integrated in an action research, in a research. In my school, for example, we hit two birds or three birds with one stone. We encourage our teachers every year. We encourage our teachers to create education innovations and to include an action research that goes with it. There's a write up. You know why? Because that's two things being hit by one stone. You now have an education innovation. You now have a research. So ganun yun. It's just the same thing naman eh. Sometimes some education projects are interventions also, right? Impact and then scalability. How can other teachers adopt it in the schools and other school communities? How can other teachers adopt it in the school and other school communities? Scalability. How can we grow it? And you know, but before I proceed, I want to pick this up. Sir Noel, maybe you can put this up there by teacher Mon Serrano. Is it competition for the thing that triggered companies to innovate for better products? Just thinking about, yes, that's correct. That's correct. But what if you apply competition in a school setting? You now have competitive teachers hiding best practices from each other. You now have competitive teachers who thinks of ranking, who thinks of promotion for themselves and do not contribute. I cannot imagine a school and even a school leader whose teachers are so competitive that they do not collaborate with each other. Because every time they collaborate, they fear that they are stealing their ideas. Competition is good, actually. Competition is good. Okay? But when it's taken too far, it could kill collaboration, creativity, and innovation. Competition on the individual level can be very, very detrimental. Um, and I say this with sincerity, and correct me if I'm wrong also. And you don't have to agree with me. For example, I'm gonna share to you one thing that we're doing in Savior School. Even before the pandemic, we remove honor system from kinder to grade 4. We don't have an honor system in kinder to grade 4. You know why? Because our school, our school, especially in the primary grades, kinder to grade 4, our value is self-development. Our value includes collaboration. Our value includes resiliency, grit. And when you put honor system competition against each other, kids are so much afraid. They want to be perfect all the time that they fear taking risks. They fear mistakes, committing mistakes. And we know in life that there are no perfect students, there are no perfect teachers, there are no perfect school leaders. No one is perfect. But why are school expecting perfect results from everyone when even the school cannot be perfect? We can be the best versions of ourselves, but we don't need to be perfect. So what Savior School did was to remove kinder to grade 4 honor system, and we taught them, and we taught, and we remind our students that the only competition they have is actually themselves. The only competition that they have is themselves. And even in the upper grades, when we have honors, even before the pandemic, long time, even decades ago, we only have, even before DepEd adopted the two honor system, we don't do ranking. Since the creation of our school, we only have two honors, the first honors and second honors. And it doesn't matter if the whole class is first honors, because we teach our students that the only competition for themselves is themselves. Ranking might be very important for some, but in our culture, we see ranking as something that really puts competition too much. And you know our context is very different. Our students are Chinese Filipinos. Ranking for them, grades for them are important. It's very in their culture. But we said we want to be counterculture because our students are so scared to commit mistakes. Our students are so scared to commit mistakes. All of them are playing safe. 'Di ba ang mga honor student ganyan naman? I'm an honor student. I'm a product of the public school system. When I was in grade school, elementary, sa mababang paaralan ng Tayong Sentral sa Abra. Takot na takot ako magkamali. You know why? Every time kasi magkamali ako, that's one deduction from me. Baka hindi ako first honors. Modesty aside, I was first honors from in my elementary grades. Valedictorian. Pero alam nyo, nung habang nagre-reflect ako as a teacher, nakakatakot ako, natatakot ako magkamali noon. So feeling ko noon, nasayang ko yung time ko. I mean, thank God, first honors ako. I've done so much things with it. Pero feeling ko, nasayang ko yung mga opportunities for me to explore new things. Lagi akong takot magkamali. Right? So there. This is just my personal opinion. There are other factors affecting ranking or whatever, but a lot of studies. If you read about grit, perseverance, growth mindset, one of the most interesting and big factors actually, students are afraid to commit mistakes because they always are expected to be perfect. And there are external pressure. Minsan ang students hindi naman talaga sobrang hook up into honor system. Sino yung sobrang hook up? Yung mga parents. Yung mga parents ang gustong maging honors. 'Di ba? I don't know. It helps but sometimes it does not help. Sabi nga real talk. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm gonna share to you an example of an innovation that I've created. Let's examine it into the three things: novelty of design, impact, scalability. An educational school curriculum innovation. Sorry, I cannot give a lot of innovations example, but this is one thing that I've done in terms of school curriculum innovation. So this is multi-awarded innovation that I have done in school. It's called Kids Can Innovation Count. If you go to 100.org, search for Kids Can, even on YouTube, you will watch our short documentary. The people from Finland, from 100, flew to the Philippines, visited our school, and documented how we do things in our school. This is called let's check our design. This is our innovation approach. It was our first time to do this. I was the one who did this, but the implementation, I work with other teachers. We did project-based learning. We have empathy plus stream. Stream is it's not we don't do STEAM or STEM. We do stream in our school: science, technology, research, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Empathy plus stream because we value the value of empathy. We teach our students to always solve real-life problems with empathy. That's why we have design thinking. So we have makerspace and ICT tools. That's our design. We integrate UN SDGs. All the real life problems that we are solving in our projects are anchored on real life problems on the SDGs. That's why in the middle, it's called interdisciplinary themes. That means all subjects included in this interdisciplinary problem actually teach their core content, performance standards, and skills in line with the problem. Okay, so there we have that. And then let's check the impact. Our students actually do a lot of improve learning outcomes, by the way. We use empathy map in project making. We will also do this. So our students, when they solve real life problem, they interview real people affected by the problem. Hindi lang theoretical. Talagang totoong tao yung mga kinakausap nila. This one is, I think their challenge was how to solve how to solve flooding in Metro Manila. So nag-interview sila ng naondoy yung experience. So meron silang ganyan, they plan, and then they prototype, and then digital prototyping using Keynote, PowerPoint presentation, and then they have to prototype it. We encourage our students to use our makerspace. Our makerspace include recyclable materials that they can use for physical prototyping, following their digital prototype. They use technology there, and this is their prototype. for the project. And they preach it, they present it to real people. They actually presented this to our physical plant office, the experts in flooding or whatever. Scalability, we I was able, so I had a group of teachers. We were able to share this not just in grade 6, grade 5 adopted it, grade 3 teachers adopted it, grade 4 we actually trained the whole grade school in doing this, so that even as early as kinder grade 1 they're doing design thinking with their projects. So we trained our teachers. That's called scalability and growth. It's not just anymore me and the teachers that I've worked with. Everyone's doing this. So we train them. We spend time training them. My friend John Paul Viernes, our friend with Noel, also did this. So I spend, I think, 1 week training the teachers of DepEd Batak. There's a teacher, my friend Roxanne, in Cagayan de Oro. I was not able to fly there, but she was able to translate all our documents, all our modules into Bisaya Cagayanon, and she was able to do it with her students. These are public schools adopting this. And then, of course, I submitted this to 100.org and I work with other teachers around the world. And they have adopted this in Vietnam, in India. Actually, it's also translated into more than 10 languages, including Chinese Mandarin, Spanish, and Vietnamese, what else? Portuguese and Korean and Japanese also. Bahasa Malaysia also. So there, that's how you check for scalability. Of course, this is very ideal. This is very education in the classroom centric. But there are also other ways of how you can develop your innovation. I'm gonna stop sharing right now because I want to give you ideas of education innovation. So can I share my screen again? Sorry. Let me just share my screen. Share screen window. Okay, can you see my screen, sir? Ayan. So ayan. Medyo ayan. Can you see I chose another website. Can you see the other website or web page? Di ko na nakikita yung sarili ko.
Google Chrome po, sir.
Google Chrome, no? Kita nyo lahat. So I'm gonna go to 100.org. Sorry, wrong spelling. 100.org. Can you take note of this? Can you take note of this website? 100.org is something that you want to explore. If you're having a hard time thinking of ano ba mga klase ng innovation na pwedeng gawin, when you look at this, they actually have they curate innovations around the world. So, for example, when you go here, innovations, you check on spotlights. Spotlight means education, innovation, for example, that focus on social emotional learning. These are awarded innovation. So every time you check a spotlight, so for example, my innovation is under creativity, it was awarded, and then I'm also in what's the other one? Sustainability. Where's sustainability? Parang wala. Sustainability. Anyway, it's not here, but when you check for social emotional learning, okay, you're a PSDS and you want your schools to do innovations about social emotional learning, you can click this, look at the collection, and then look at the awarded innovations. When you click, for example, this one, Tails Toolkit. Tingnan nyo yung mga pangalan nila, walang acronym ho. Simple-simple lang. Colors of Kindness. Wala namang acronym dyan. So, yan. So, Colors of Kindness. When you look at this is under holistic education. This is from Bangladesh. And there is a description. Colors of Kindness is an education in emergency adaptation for the rainbow of education. Using social and emotional learning materials delivered via podcast, this EdTech solution seeks to address the disruption of education due to global crisis. The program aims to enhance the well-being of teachers and children, social inclusion, and equitable access to holistic education for all children. Ayan, so Colors of Kindness. And when you scroll down, you would see who has been using it, how many countries, and then there are actually the framework here. Ayan, so may measure din pa siya of impact and scalability. Ayan, so you can take a look at the program here. Okay, so there. Ayan. So, that's one innovation. What else? Let's look at other collection of innovation. How about parental engagement? 'Di ba? Sa ngayon, anyone could do this. You don't have to be a teacher to do this. You can be also a school leader or PSDS. So let's look at the awarded innovation. Parents are us. Learn to play. Village Test. Parent support program. Tignan nga natin to. This is a low resource, which means hindi kailangan ng technology dito. Now, let's click at Sakha S2, Parent Support Program. This is from South Africa. It's a community-based parent support using ECD principals as facilitators o mga principals pa lang facilitators dito. So pwede pa lang gumawa ng innovation ng mga principals. A collaborative project between UNICEF, Nelson Mandela University, the Department of Health, and Early Inspiration gave rise to parent support group across the city under the name Sakha Esetu. The community-based initiative can be best described as a gathering which provides mutual support for caregivers and parents on burning health issues and parent support through dialogue and conversation. Ayan. So if you read about the innovation and how they do it. Ayan. Oh, ang dami pala, tools and resources. Right? That's parental engagement. Oh, ang daming pwedeng innovation. Let's look at what else? Quality education for COVID. Visual arts, bilingual. Oh, let's look at creativity. Kasi last year we were awarded again. My innovation was included here. So you're looking for creativity. Let's look at this one. The walking curriculum. The walking curriculum is an innovative interdisciplinary research for educators who want to take learning outside the school walls. So this is real life learning. How do you let your students go out and explore the real world? Yan, walking curriculum available in English, Spanish, or French. Ayan. So they have also walking curriculum webpage. Okay, so why we do it? Ayan. So ang dami. Now, if you want to search for more, they have global collections. Global collections, like every year they actually gather innovations. So I think in 2020 I was included in the global innovation. So for example, when you click 2022 global innovation, ayan. May collection ka na. Yan, dami-dami mong tingnan. Girls, education curriculum, designathon, yan, roots of empathy, climate action project, things like that. Okay, so ang dami-dami pwede nyong gamitin. Democratizing governance of public schools. Yan, maganda to for those not in the office, not in the learning and teaching. Genius Lab, yan, Agora, Virtual Bridges Initiative. There are a lot. Ayan, continuous in-service training for public primary school teachers. For those trainers there. This is something that you can explore. Okay, so what is the website? The website is 100.org. 100.org. Actually, pwede rin kayong mag-submit dito. You can also submit your innovation. Let's take a look na Philippines. You can actually submit here. Sana hindi na lang ako nandito. Ayan, Philippines. This is not Philippines. This is not Philippines. So ako pa lang yung Filipino dito. So I hope you can actually put your submission. You can submit your innovation here. Ayan. So hopefully you can put your submissions here and they can actually judge you. Ayan, creativity 100, yan. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing now and pause for a while, and maybe we can do Q&A. Ayan.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. I actually personally have been listening to you since you started. No, there are a lot of aha moments, no, that I actually experienced, and some of the concepts that we were discussing, naman, with some colleagues po who are innovation enthusiasts, you are apparently affirming to us many things, no? So at this moment, probably we could have our participants to join the discussion through Q&A, and the ICT coordinators may post the questions po dito sa comment box or comment section natin if you may do so, no? Kanina sir, while we are waiting for the questions, kanina sir, I really appreciate a common paradigm that you were talking about, no? That in terms of validity of data, kasi sa continuous improvement paradigm sir, it's cyclical. Action research is cyclical, and innovation is cyclical. Therefore, the point here is, if there is a finding that you have in your context, no, why not transfer it? Kasi we cannot generalize it, but we can transfer it to make sure if the findings that you have in your context is also maybe probably the same doon sa ibang context, hence creating consistency to the findings that you have, no? So that is really appreciated, sir, no? As of now, wala pa tayong questions. Yan. Dito, Mia Soriano, no, from Carlos Joseph Manlapas. Kanina, ang sabi niya, was the competition the actual driving force for the fear of mistakes the pupils were experiencing? Is that backed by research po? There may be other factors aside from the ranking system that may be affecting them that way. Yun po yung tanong niya. That is from
Uh,
Sir Carlos Joseph Manlapas.
Yeah, Sir Carlos Joseph Manlapas, I would recommend to you reading Grit by Angela Duckworth. Talk about research about growth mindset. And one of the reasons why students fear committing mistakes, it's not competition directly itself. It's because uh, they fear they fear mistakes because they don't want to be seen as failures. And you know, in I was just putting that in our school system. For example, in my experience, honor students, hindi nyo ba napansin sa klase nyo, ang mga honor students ay lagi sila yung play safe sa sagot? You know why? Because for every mistake that they have, that's minus one deduction from them. Can you imagine the first honors doing that? Very free to commit mistake? No. Look at your honor students. Only ang kaunti ng mga students na nagte-take risk. I don't know if you've seen that. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, I'm an honor student through and through. Takot na takot ako magkamali. Kasi for every mistake, I go down the rank. I can go down the rank. So, that itself, now, competition can also drive creativity. It's just a matter of how we promote it. Kaya nga, diba, you want to promote a culture of innovation, and yet the prevailing atmosphere is a culture of competition. Diba parang hindi ata sila magtutugma? A culture of innovation is about taking risks, committing mistakes, right? Not being afraid to be a failure. Pero you're also having a culture of competition where you expect everyone to do well and do perfect things. Parang hindi sila, parang nagbabanggaan yung mentality. Now, competition can be in a culture of innovation if competition itself is not the main point. Right? If you allow, if halimbawa, it's me and every one of you are competing, pero walang consequences ang competition natin. That's okay. Pero right now, let's be honest, competition has consequences. Mistakes has consequences. Right? And medyo mahirap dun, minsan nakakabit yan sa grades ng mga bata. Nakakabit yan sa rating. Kaya nga it matters. Ano yung mindset natin sa eskwela natin? Meron ba tayong growth mindset, which means it's okay to commit mistakes. You can learn from it. Right? So, Sir Carlos, I recommend read the works of Angela Duckworth about grit, perseverance, and research more, or maybe read also growth mindset. That's already an existing education. It's not even a trend anymore. It's actually something that has been integrated in a lot of schools. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Apparently, I'm familiar with Angela Duckworth when she talks about the grit, no? that it is not always the talented people who become successful, but those who are
Yeah.
grittier, because those people who have this growth mindset, sir, are apparently not afraid of committing mistakes because they recognize that committing or failure, apparently failure is not a permanent condition. Yun yung naalala ko doon sa, actually I watched a TED video about that grit, no.
Yeah.
No. So it is actually being promoted that we do not only promote the content, the curriculum, but also some emotional aspect that we create grit among our students, no. So
Yeah.
yun yung naano ko, sir, na pick up ko dun sa study ni Angela Duckworth. I actually read some because we were
I
actually
wa- yeah.
studying psychology.
I want to pick up on what you said. And in terms of innovation, sana, and I want to bring back into education initiative and projects, sana hindi lang siya curriculum, academic outcomes based, yung mga innovations ng school. I challenge everyone to look for social emotional learning.
Yeah.
We've learned in the pandemic that your students' learning will not happen if you if you don't support their SEL. If you don't allow them to develop core essential skills. So I hope there are also innovations, especially for those not in the teaching, not in the teaching scenario, like our PSDS, our leaders. Maybe you can also think of how you could enable the development of essential non-academic skills, because these are very important. We've learned the pandemic has taught us, that ang mas importante pala in times of crisis, it's not what the students have learned. It's how they will face this crisis. And those are not academic skills. Bakit? In-apply ba nila yung mga learnings nila about 9 planets in surviving the COVID pandemic? Actually nga, ang daming new learnings, di ba? Kaya nga nagkaroon ng MELCs. You know, I could even challenge everyone when you're doing curriculum review. When we were doing curriculum review, our main question was that, alin sa mga lessons na ito ang makakatulong sa mga bata para ma-survive ang COVID? Sabi niyo, most essential learning skill, responsive to the needs and content, right? Needs and context. So if I'm gonna dare you, kasi there are some countries who did that. The main question was, which of these outcomes would help our students survive the pandemic and thrive?
Yeah.
'Di ba? I mean longer also, but I dare everyone, don't just focus on academics. Think of education initiatives holistically. Later on, I will show you the different areas where you can look at education initiatives.
Yes, sir. That is really very much appreciated, sir, no. I actually I am thinking of AQ. As you were talking, sir, yung adversary quotient, no. After the pandemic, we should overcome the pandemic triumphant. And that is not exactly academic or the curriculum, about the curriculum. Sir, any other question po from our comment section? Where we do have some confirmation here. Actually, parang insights, no, or sharing from Ma'am Agnes Manabat, one of our PSDS, no. Sabi po niya, they are afraid to commit mistakes. They see everything as ideal. That's when they experience disappointment or frustration. They cannot handle it. Yun yung sabi niya.
Sir, can I pick up on that? Kaya nga, parang ako, I'm an administrator, I'm a school leader, and I don't believe in perfect teachers. Because I'm not also a perfect administrator and a school leader. I commit mistake, and I'm not afraid to say sorry to to my teachers. Kasi when I was a teacher, I also say sorry to my students.
Mm.
Kasi natutunan ko 'yan. Alam nyo, sobrang mahal na mahal ko yung public school ko noon nung elementary ako. Kasi sila nagturo sa akin 'yan na hindi kailangan maging perfect. Yung principal ko, nakakatuwa kasi yung principal ko yung first training ko actually as a trainer is actually my school. Principal din pa siya noon. Nakakatuwa lang kasi I learned from her. Perfectionist siya. But she would always tell me that, you can learn from your experience. I expect higher things, but, you can make mistakes and learn from it. So I love it. It's the same thing right now. So hopefully ganun po tayo, even school leaders and administrators, um, para hindi matakot tayo na mag-innovate. Natatakot kasi tayo mag-innovate kasi baka magkamali tayo. Sabi nga ni Sir kanina, that's part of learning. Diyos ko, inaral natin 'yan sa education na part of learning ang mistake, pero bakit hindi natin siya ina-apply ngayong teachers na tayo, right? And I can I just want to emphasize that if you want to have a culture of innovation, please have that growth mindset. It's okay to commit mistake. Pero, matuto tayo. Kasi pag ang mistake paulit-ulit na ginagawa, ibig sabihin hindi
It's
ka natututo.
it's already a
Yan.
sin, not a mistake.
Oo.
Parang ganun sa
Oo. So, kailangan din matuto ha. Yun yung big ano natin.
In one
So,
of
yeah.
our discourses, sir, meron ngang gano'n na laging naka-attach pagka if you create a research question, you always attach uh, what area of interest may be improved. Ang punto is you are always looking for the mistakes because you will address them eventually. So, parang ang expected talagang may mistakes tayo kasi if we do not recognize the mistakes, hindi ma-fulfill yung continuous improvement na sinasabi po natin. We also have here
Can I
actually
just answer to Sir Carlos? Sir Carlos directly. What I can say really is you can go to Google Scholar or maybe and look for elementary. I'm pretty sure there are some. So yeah.
Okay. I think I saw a question here from, I don't know if this is from Sir Jefferson himself, but sabi po niya, I'm in on a process of a scaling a project and thinking to announce it as innovation. When will be the time to consider it as innovation and what documents is required to show that it is an innovation? Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. There's no right time. Nasa confidence mo lang yan, Teacher Jefferson. Sige nga, announce mo siya. Oh, you will announce it as an innovation. What if I challenge it? Will you be ready to stand your ground? Kasi there's no timeline for it. But the big idea is, in terms of scaling a project, the big idea is, sana hindi ikaw lang yung gumagamit. Diba? You let others try it also. Kasi baka pag sinabi namin, uy, bakit sabi mo ang brain transplant okay? Nung ginawa namin sa yung brain transplant approach, hindi naman naging work. Naging negative effect nga eh. So, how can you stand your grounds? Kaya nga parang education innovation speaks about confidence also of the teacher. How are you confident with your data? Hindi kailangan maging perfect, super strong data. It's just a matter of counter-checking it in other contexts or maybe by other teachers. When I did my own scaling, I did not go out of my school. I work with people in my school, grade 5, grade 4. So in grade 3, sabi nila, Sir Jim, ang masyadong complex yung processes. Kasi grade 6 ka nagsimula. So I sat with the teachers and say, sige nga, how can we simplify this? How can we simplify? So that's openness also as an innovator. Siguro as an innovator, kasi ganito, panghawakan mo yan eh. Panghawakan, love mo na yan. The one thing that I've learned about innovation is don't fall in love with your solution. Fall in love with your problem. Kasi pwedeng magbago ang solution. Sabi nga ni Sir, action research, 'di ba? Improvement. So don't fall in love with your solution. Let go. Minsan nakala natin ang isang tao siya ng solution sa buhay natin. 'Di ba? Pero in the end para hindi pala siya. So don't fall in love with the solution. Fall in love with the problem that you have. Okay? Sir,
That is
sir,
Yes, sir.
pick up na natin si Sir Glenn. Si
Sige po.
Sarmiento. Sabi niya,
Ayun.
sir, it is necessary that an innovation should always be backed up by research. My tanong is, what's your backup? Research does not mean quantitative lang ha, data. Anecdotal data, qualitative. But one way or another, you should have data. Right? You should have data. So there. Kasi pag anumbawa, present mo yan, tatanungin ka ng principal mo or other teachers or sasali mo sa competition, outstanding research, outstanding innovation. They would always ask, what's your data impact? What are you using to back it up? Hindi pwedeng kasi feeling ko po. 'Di ba? Parang sa TikTok ngayon, lahat feeling. Feeling nila tama sila, lahat opinion na. Hindi pwedeng gano'n, right? May objective truths, may facts tayong ginagalawan. Yun.
Mm. Actually, sir, yung ano sir, yung innovation from the development, yung conception, yung sinasabi niyo nga po sir, it should be already supported by an evidence that you actually first you have to prove that your problem is really a problem, and the problem should be supported by data, not necessarily numbers naman sir, gaya nga po ng nabanggit
Yeah.
niyo. It could be feedback from your students, from your stakeholders. Kaya nga you have to interview kasi the mere fact that you collected data, it's already a discipline of research, no?
Yeah, and we will do that later on sa design thinking. I'm gonna show you kasi sa day 2, 'di ba ngayon intellectually mabigat intellectually mabigat ang discussion natin. Sa day
Mm.
2 naman, ayan, mabigat ang gawain. So don't worry about it.
And sir,
We'll do.
hindi ko po sir mapalampas yung sinabi niyo kanina kasi talagang nasa utak ko po yun that an innovation should be tested or shared sa other context, no? That is really
Mm.
important so para sa mga audience po na. Kagaya po sir nung breakthrough ngayon sa medicine, yung pig heart na na-transplant. So we cannot immediately claim that it is really working kasi sa isang tao pa lang siya na test. So unless mas marami po tayong mga observations or testings na magawa until such na maging talagang successful or maging accepted siya widely yung transplant ng pig heart, no? So yun ay very important po sa aming mga teacher is the sharing of our innovations because when we share it, it should be tested, and once tested, there should be data that should be consistent, no? To everybody para masabi nating innovation siya. Okay.
Ayan. Meron pang si ano, Miss Mia, ang ganda ng mga questions. Alam nyo, dapat magpo-proceed na ako sa session 2. Sorry kasi ano, may notification na mawawala yung kuryente sa building namin. Kasi nasa work from home. Teachers, I've been doing work from home for 2 years. So, mga less than 5 times or 10 times ako nag-report for the last 2 years sa school kasi online learning kami. But I like this one. John Paulo, Teacher John Paulo, innovations, sabi po niya, innovations are good, pero hopefully, sana mas mabigyan pa din ng priority yung mga present projects like reading comprehension, ma-empower mga basic skill. Can I just clarify again? Kaya sabi ko kanina, fall in love with the problem. If your school's context, the problem is reading comprehension, dun dapat kayo umiikot. Ang pangit naman, ang innovation mo, advanced reading, pero ang problema pala is reading comprehension, basic.
Basic pa
Kaya
lang.
sabi ko nga, kaya sinasabi ko kanina, needs and context. You start with it. Don't start with the acronym. Don't start with the solution, right? Don't fall in love with the solution. Fall in love with the problem. Explore, dive in, dig deeper into your context and needs. Kaya if the problem of your school, tsaka you don't need to go outside and say, o bakit nag-innovate sila ng robotics? Eh 'di ba reading comprehension bagsak na sila. Wag ka munang mag-comparing notes. Wag ka munang tumingin sa backyard ng iba. Tingnan niyo yung backyard ninyo, yung own school ninyo, right? So if the problem is reading comprehension, wag kayong masilaw. Uy, bumili sila ng ano, ayun sumasayaw na yung robot nila, ganyan ganyan. Wag kayong pasilaw. Kasi in the end, if I were to judge your innovation, I would always go back to ano ba yung problema mo, sir? Problema ninyo. Ano ba yung konteksto ninyo? Right? Huwag kayong
Tama.
pasilaw. Kayo kasi all that glitters are gold, 'di ba? Pabonggahan. Pagandahan ng cover ng RPMS, ganyan-ganyan or whatever. Sorry, straight talk lang. I've worked with a lot of public, galing nga akong public school, 'di ba? My mother's a public school teacher also. My titas. So yay, I love it. I love DepEd. But yeah, I think we need to recognize that we go
Tama.
back to the basic, right?
We should not use others as leverage of success muna. Focus muna tayo dun sa atin, no?
Ang hilig kasi natin nun, kaya sinasabi ko competition yan, ranking.
I
It's
think
always
that's
a
the
person.
fear. That is where also the fear of mistake is coming because we think others are not committing mistakes, so we have to be perfect or we should not commit mistakes as well. Parang ganun ang dating. No?
Yeah. Some people just commit mistake gracefully. Yeah.
All right. So I don't know if we should proceed to the next session, sir, or are you still going to entertain some questions over the comment?
Si Sir Ferdinand, hello sir, is there such a thing as a simple format that teachers can use in making their write-ups? Okay, depende kasi sa division. Di ba meron kayong format template? I will not impose, but on day 2, we will use my own. We will use my own because for me, that's a very helpful process. But then, it's when I use it in other DepEd, sabi ng other DepEd divisions like San Juan del Monte, San Fernando, sabi naman nila it's almost aligned. It's almost aligned with what they're using. So we will use my template so that I can guide you, but feel free to align it to your own templates also. Mine is very much simple, very much straight to the point. You know, ayoko kasi ng flowery, ayoko ng mga flowery words or whatever. Let's really push it. Okay.
All right. We still have here, sir. Kung I don't know if this
What
is
is
from
your take on if ain't broke, don't fix it?
from
Very
Sir Ramon.
interesting. If ain't broke, improve it, upgrade it. 'Di ba? Pwede namang mag-upgrade eh. Hindi kailangan masira para i-upgrade. Minsan baka may pangangailangan na tayong iba, kaya mag-a-upgrade na tayo. 'Di ba? Minsan hindi na swak. So maghanap na tayo ng iba, i-upgrade na natin. Hindi naman siya sira, hindi lang siya akma.
The
Right?
appropriateness nung isang halimbawa kung mababa na ang specs ang lahat ng program ay nagre-require na ng it doesn't necessarily mean your device is broken. It's just that it does not meet the standard anymore. That's why we
Yes,
have
or
to
your
upgrade it.
What is your advice to policymakers when it comes to the creation of a framework for the call and implementation? This is a very institutional question. I don't know. Kasi number
Policy.
one, I need to see if the framework is very good. Baka nga, baka nga nakawin ko. Alam nyo ba ang motto sa education? Ano yan? Beg, borrow, or steal. Ganun lang naman sa education. You borrow, pag ayaw pumayag, mag-beg ka. Pag ayaw pumayag, edi nakawin mo. Joke lang yun. That's very bad. Pero ganun sa education, di ba? Pag pumunta ka sa classroom ng kaibigan mong teacher, beg, borrow, and steal. Or borrow, beg, and steal daw. Ganun. Joke lang yun. But yeah, parang sa Pinterest. Everyone is up there, 'di ba? Kinokopya lang naman natin yung mga decoration minsan sa Pinterest. So, I don't know, that's a very general question because for me to answer that, I want to see the framework. Because if the framework is good with me, why not? Sometimes you don't have to invent and reinvent the wheel. 'Di ba? Sometimes if there's something, may pagkain na, edi kainin mo na, masarap na nga yan eh. Magno-no ka pa ba if it works for you? Right?
Yes.
So, pwede rin ganon.
All right. Others, ito comment lang actually.
Oo. Magandang insight yan. And this is a good reflection point from Teacher
From
Hazel.
Ma'am Hazel, actually Administrative Officer 4. Yeah. So there is so much to improve actually in the context of DepEd. However, most of the innovation proposals start at the wrong motivation. The only intent is to have the credential for promotion purpose. In most cases, innovation proposal will be limited to the practical, safe, and easy to accomplish. So they end up presenting mediocre projects. Hence, as innovation committee also end up being frustrated too in the process.
Exactly.
Right, the motivation, yung best purpose mo dapat, no? Dapat ang una. Well, for promotion, it's just a result, not an objective dapat sana, sir, no? What you did is just a result. Hindi siya ang ginogol natin. Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense. This is very difficult lang because this pretty much involves a lot. System-wide yan eh, system-wide. So, I don't know. Systemic change ang kailangan. Alright. Can I take 5 minutes break lang po muna?
Yes,
Iinom
sir.
lang. Then continue 10:45.
Yes, and while you are taking your break, sir, we'll be flashing some featuring schools po, no, na mayroon po tayo, kung ewan ko po kung naka-ready po si Sir Nay. Sir Nay, meron po ba tayong live audience, no, live feeding sa ating mga kasama? Ayan. So this is from the face looks familiar from our school. Tama po ba? This is Angeles City National High School, Senior High School. Hello po, kumusta? Andyan po ang ating pong Assistant School Principal, si Ma'am Leonora, Z. Agustin. Kaway-kaway naman po kayo dyan. Mga kasama, yung mga on-site po natin, yung mga grade 12, no? Tsaka yung ibang naka-work from home ay nakikita ko rin po. Yan po ay ang aming pong school head or principal, si Ma'am Amelita L. Pineda. Yan. Andyan po sila. Kaway naman po. Hindi ko po alam kung kumakaway na po kayo or gumagalaw lang. Yan. Meron pa po ba tayong ibang school? Kamusta po mga kasama? Yan. Thank you so much. Opo, baka yung pong iba, we would like to inform you that you might transfer to the next stream link. Do not transfer anymore. Dito na po tayo magsama-sama para hindi na po tayo magkaroon ng technical problem. No, baka magka-aberya pa po tayo, no. And while we are waiting for other school to be flash po sa screen natin, let me read some some comments, no. Ito from Michael Soral. Thank you, sir, sa unbiased statement and for taking truthful facts. Yan. Meron din po tayong ibang mga kasama dito. Okay. Fall in love with the problem. Ayan, yung mga problema sa buhay, meron ng chance. Baka meron na pong ma-in love. Pag problema ka. Si Sir Noel, sabi niyo po problema siya eh. Kaya marami naman yatang nai-in love sa'yo, sir. Ayan. Just let us know, Sir Jim, if you are okay na po. Ayan, from Sir Ferdinand Soriano. Hello, sir. Is there such a thing as simple format that teachers can use in making their write-ups for their innovation? Sometimes teachers become discouraged in doing innovations due to this. Yan, game na daw po, Sir Jim. Sir Jim, pasok. Pasok lang po kayo. Yan.
Ayan, nakapagkape na po ako. So, energize ulit. Natawa ako sa ano. Di ba at least ma-in love tayo. At least sa problema tayo ng in love. Diba? Baka change perspective para hindi tayo bisitin ng, sorry for my word, nakalawin pala tayo. Para hindi tayo para hindi lang tayo para hindi natin problemahin ang problema. Ang problema talagang pinoproblema, but it's a matter of perspective. Right?
It's how you handle it.
Yes. I'm gonna share to you quickly, and we're gonna review this again on day 2. But for you to really think about it already, para sa day 2, meron na kayong dadalhin, right? And let me just start sharing. Share screen.
Sige po.
Okay. Quickly, there are 4 areas for education innovation that you can look into. The first one, ayan, dito na papasok for everyone regardless of if you're in a classroom, you're doing leadership, monitoring, evaluation, or whatever, or maybe you're in DepEd central office, DepEd office, SDO office, and you're trying to look at different ways of innovating. The first one is very much obvious, student learning. The first area for innovation. So you can look at problems and challenges that you see in pedagogy. And yung mga pedagogical approaches or maybe pedagogical concerns. What are your problem about assessments? What are your concerns about assessments? What are your concerns about learning approaches and strategies? Your SEL, or even if you're teaching students with special needs, or if we have special education schools here. So look at student learning because that actually is part of it. It's not just academic, but even non-academic. The other area includes capacity building. So for our principals here, yung mga whose responsibility is to develop, monitor teachers. You can also, or even schools and their teachers. You can think of capacity building challenges towards teacher training, coaching, mentoring, and even mindsets of teachers. Halimbawa, you're a PSDS. Sorry, this is a city pala. My mindset, please correct me if I'm wrong. My mindset kasi PSDS usually handles district pero yun yung mga big province SDOs, di ba? Tama ba pag city, PSDS handles schools? Hindi na siya parang district lang, no? Is that correct ba, sir? Pa-chat na lang kung mali ako, but you can,
yes,
if I'm
sir,
wrong.
tama po. In the form of clusters. Yan.
Okay, clusters. Yan. So, even PSDS could also think about capacity building, di ba? Teacher training, even mindsets, pwede rin yan. Or principals also. Environment, yan. Use of ICT and other learning tools. Environment, even those in the office could also actually take a look at this. How are ICTs helping, or are there problems about systems? Yan, ICT processes, school facility development, classroom setups, physical, virtual, or even hybrid. So you can look at the way the environment are being improved, challenge how challenges are arising, the problems that are arising also. And then also leadership and culture. So for our leaders here, are there problems about leadership, shared and visionary? For example, our own superintendent or supervisor, yung mga supervisors, EPS natin on subjects such as Araling Panlipunan. Master teachers are leaders. You can also let them be objects or centers of your studies, or not studies, of your innovation. School culture, how do you promote school culture, community involvement, and even partnership. So parental engagement, stakeholder engagement. So anything that captures actually all of education, the reality of education could be an area of education innovation. But these are the four big areas: student learning, teacher capacity building, or staff capacity building also. And then at the same time, environment. When we speak of environment, especially in this time right now, it's not just physical, even virtual or hybrid. Even the return to face-to-face learning, the challenges there could also be a venue for innovation, di ba? Malay nyo, yung mga spaces pala ninyo during the pandemic, at this time, education the pandemic, could be a seedbed of innovation because you see a lot of challenges and you want to improve them. Leadership and culture. So for our school leaders and everything, and school leaders, master teachers, PSDS, principals, or anyone who leads a group of teacher, you can also take a look at how you promote leadership and culture and even community involvement. So those are the four areas. Very quick lang. And then let me just proceed to the second part. Again, this will just be very quick because we will be going through this on day 2. But I want to give you an idea already of the process of design thinking. Now, let me just modify this again. Ayan, sir, can you show my other slide? Let me just modify this because a lot of my talks usually involves classroom-based education innovations. But for our sake also, we can actually work on other kinds of innovations. So it's not just student context, but even understanding the context of those people affected by the problem. So if you're a school leader, pwedeng teacher. If you're a PSDS, teachers and school leaders or principals in your cluster. If you're an EPS, your teachers under you, your program or whatever. So right now, ang basis lang natin student context. So when you look at student context, when you're looking for a sample innovation or exploring the context and needs of the student, you can look at the personal needs. This is transferable, applicable also to teachers, school leaders, and other members of the of the community. Search for the personal needs or context. What are their needs? What are their achievements, beliefs, attitudes, academic abilities, or maybe teaching abilities, social emotional skills. You can also, when you're talking about context, you can also look at physical environment, the learning environment, access to technology, home condition, or working condition, right? Or maybe working environment. When you speak about social cultural context, when you're thinking about the context of the person affected by the problem, it could also mean the influence of family, peers, fellow teachers, community, culture, the office, external influences. So this is just a guide. When we speak of context, we look at personal context, the physical and environment context, and the social cultural context. Social cultural context is that thing that we don't usually see. Instead, it's something that we feel and experience when we put ourselves in the position of the people affected by the problem that we are investigating. So, to further deepen this, the process that we will be undergoing is called design thinking. Now, design thinking includes 5 big steps. Okay, but all of design thinking includes brainstorming, inventing if possible, designing, building, and fixing mistakes, testing, and improving. So a lot of the things that I'll be saying to you today involves about exploring ideas, fixing mistakes, learning from them, testing and improving. That is design thinking. Design thinking is not my original idea. It's actually from Stanford D School. This is D School Stanford.edu. What I did was to actually incorporate it in our curriculum, in our approach to creating projects. So that's why 100 love my innovation, the one I showed you a while ago. Kasi design thinking is used by businessmen. Design thinking is used by businessmen, but I was able to incorporate it for problem solving approach, not just in my students anymore, but even for my teachers in my school. Right? So it again, design thinking, it's not a subject, it's not a topic or a class, but an approach to solving problems. And this is what we're going to do. So, approach to creating a solution. This is what we're going to do. 5 steps. The first step is empathize. The next step is define. The third step is ideate. The next step is prototyping. And the next step is testing. So empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. I'm going to show you a video explaining design thinking. But I'm not quite sure, Sir Noel, if can you give me a feedback if you could hear the video?
Design thinking is a 5-step process to come up with meaningful ideas that solve real problems for a particular group of people. The process is taught in top design and business schools around the world. It has brought many businesses lots of happy customers and helped entrepreneurs from all around the world to solve problems with innovative new solutions. Step 1. Empathize. The purpose of step 1 is to conduct interviews that give you an idea about what people really care about. We need to empathize with their situation. For example, if you want to help old people, you might find that they want to keep the ability to walk around. In your conversations, they might share with you different ways they can do that. Later into the interview, you'll want to dig a little deeper, look for personal stories or situations where things became difficult. Ideally, you redo the process with many people with the same problem. Step 2. Define the problem. Looking at the interviews, you can now understand the actual needs that people are trying to fulfill with certain activities. One way to do that is to underline the verbs or activities that the people mentioned when talking about their problems, like going for a walk, meeting old friends for tea, or simply going grocery shopping around the corner store. You might realize it's not so much about going out, but more about staying in touch. After your analysis, formulate a problem statement. Some elderly are afraid to be lonely. They want to stay connected. Step 3. Ideate. Now focus only on the problem statement and come up with ideas that solve the problem. The point is not to get a perfect idea, but rather to come up with many ideas, like unique virtual reality experiences, senior-friendly hoverboards, or a modified pushcart. Whatever it is, sketch up your best ideas and show them to the people you are trying to help, so you can get their feedback. Step 4. Prototype. Now take a moment to reflect on what you have learned from your conversations about the different ideas. Ask yourself, how does your idea fit in the context of people's actual lives? Your solution could be a combination of a new idea and what is already being used. Then connect the dots, sketch up your final solution, and go build a real prototype that's just good enough to be tested. Step 5. Test. Now test your prototype with actual users. Don't defend your idea in case people don't like it. The point is to learn what works and what didn't, so any feedback is great. Then go back to ideation or prototyping and apply your learning. Repeat the process until you have a prototype that works and solves the real problem. Now you are ready to change the world or open shop. To experience design thinking firsthand, do the free virtual design thinking crash course from Stanford's D School right now. You will learn to design a new gift-giving experience. Find the
Okay, so I hope you were able to have a very a short glimpse of the design thinking process. Ayan, parang nawala ata. Sir, can you show my slide? Yeah, can you make it bigger? Thank you. So the design thinking process is something that is really challenging us as innovators, to really anchor all the things, all the innovations that we do, by knowing the experience, the problem, the issues, the context of the people affected by a problem, whether the center of our education initiative, whether it's centered on the experiences of students, experiences of teachers, experiences of parents, or other persons in our school community. It's a very encompassing approach. But the big idea really there is user centered. That is our main idea, user centered. So how do we do that? We start with step one, empathize. We learn about the audience for whom you are designing the solution. Okay, then you define, construct a point of view that is based on users' needs and insight. You have to define the problem. What is the big, we always start with a big problem, but then in the end, if we get to interview, and this is research, by the way, what we were saying a while ago, empathizing is actually a research, some kind of research, because you can interview, you can explore the context of the person. After knowing the problem, you can now define the specific problem. That's defining. And once you define the specific problem based on your data from the empathy stage, you can now ideate. Ideate means coming up with creative solutions. There's an S. That's why I told you a while ago, don't start with a solution. Don't fall in love with a solution already. Why? Because when you define, when you empathize, there might be a different specific problem, and it might not be aligned to the solution that you're thinking. And if you have a solution in mind, you are unconsciously aligning every data, everything that you're gathering to align with the solution already. Baliktad na yun. So what we want to happen is we forego of that solution. Instead, in the ideating, you think of different solutions. You think of different solutions. Think outside the box. And once you have all of them, that will be the time when you decide, sino ba dito, which of this is the best, which of this solution is feasible, effective, efficient. Baka you can also combine solutions. You can also combine solutions, right? And then once you have that solution, you can now prototype. You have to plan it. Prototyping, it's not just about inventing something, creating a product. It also means planning the stages of your implementation, your execution. So you now have to plan and timeline everything. Now have to think who will be involved, what offices will be involved, what will be done. Is there a need for training? Is there a need to ask permission? You now have to plan the whole thing, and then you test it. Testing means trying to implement it maybe in a smaller scale. It could be on a chosen group of students or chosen group of teachers. It could also mean working in just one class. So and then improving the whole thing until you have finally gotten not a consistent but a reliable result, whether it is based on your expectation, aligned to your expectation or not. So that's the design thinking process. It should be very, very quick. It's not a very quick and rapid. It's not a very quick and rapid process. Sometimes it takes time. It takes time to do it. I'm just gonna show you. I'm just gonna show you some of the things that we have done. Okay. So for example, just a concrete way of using design thinking. For example, in a grade 6 interdisciplinary project, their problem was to create solutions to pollution. I think they were talking about environmental problem. So they start with the empathize stage. They ask who is the product solution for? Why are we making this product solution? Who are the people affected by the problem? And the first thing that they did was to answer the empathy map. Empathy map is a tool and exercise that learners or maybe teachers, you can use to better understand the persons whom they will be creating a solution for. It allows learners or maybe the teachers, you or the school leaders using it to know more about their emotion, thoughts, aspiration, and context. This is an example of empathy map. They I think the problem was pollution and traffic. So the person of interest are the drivers, those who are having their cars and experiencing the traffic and pollution. So the students, this was done by grade 6 student, by the way. So they put the person at the center and they explore. This is a regular sample of an empathy map. You explore how the person feels, the person affected by the problem, how the person feels or thinks, what the person sees, what the person hears, what the person does or says, what are the pains and gains of the person. So basically, this is a research about the experience, the context of the person being affected by the problem. You can conduct through interview, you can conduct through research, but the big idea here is stepping into the shoes. Kaya nga empathy. You put yourself in the position of the person experiencing the problem. Okay? And that way, you are able to gather data. Some of you could also do persona technique. What does persona technique means? Imaginary characters or profiles. You don't have to, what if the person is not available for interview? You now have to imagine. Imagine the character or the profile of the person. You can have an interview technique. You can also do observation technique, watching the subject or the person affected by the problem in its context. Parang objective point of view, observation technique. Okay, the next part now will be the define stage. Put together the information from the empathy map and analyze them to define the core problem. So create a problem statement then that will guide the design and solution making process. This is the only time that you are able to focus on the problem itself, the define stage. Why? Because the main problem was pollution and traffic. But then after gathering data, you can now zero in. Ano ba yung specific problem about pollution and and traffic? Is it too many cars? Is it the use of a lot of, I don't know, leaded diesel or whatever? I don't really know any specific problem. But yeah, defining stage means you are now narrowing the problem. You narrow the problem. Okay, and then the question could be what causes pollution, how are people affected, what problems do pollution cause, okay? And then you now have the ideate stage. Ideate stage, think of as many possible solutions to problem as you can. List, sketch them, brainstorm, map them out, think out outside the box. The only mortal sin here is to have one fixed solution. The mortal sin here is to put the solution already in your mind and put it here. No. Okay, you have to explore, you have to ideate. That's the process. You have to think of solution. Okay? And then idea generation techniques, spreading brainstorming, listing creative ideas spontaneously without thinking too much about their quality. It's a brain dump. You can also do brain dump, individually coming up with many ideas before sharing to the group. Ayan. So, wag mo nang minsan kasi as teachers, nadadala natin yung pagiging perfectionist natin. Minsan pine-pressure din natin yung sarili natin na pag nag-isip tayo ng solution, dapat maganda na agad. Hindi kailangan ganun lagi. Okay? Brainstorm, do brain dump, don't pressure yourself. Remember growth mindset, fear of committing mistakes? Okay, that's the only enemy that we have right now. Okay? That's the only enemy that we have right now, expecting too much perfection from ourselves. Instead of doing that, try to be spontaneous. Try to be creative with your solution and everything. Okay, there are 4 types of possible solutions. I think pinakita din ito ni Superintendent. Almost similar. Number 1, making or inventing, creating something. Like for example, maybe manipulatives, maybe a new way of getting temperature, I don't know. Information and advocacy campaign, pwede rin yan, right? For example, mga bullying, cyberbullying, that could be one thing. Call to action or service, ito yung nakikita ko madalas. For example, anong gagawin natin sa mga students natin na nahihirapan with because of poverty, walang access to food or whatever. So maybe call to action or service is possible. Pwede ring philanthropy. Philanthropy is gathering resources, donations to help people. Pwede rin. So you don't have to limit yourself to this four possible solutions, but generally these are the four possible solutions. But you can combine. You can actually combine them. Parang information campaign plus call to service. Pwede rin yan. Pwede rin making and inventing and donating it. So philanthropy. Pwede rin. You can combine all of them. So don't box yourself in those solutions. You can explore more. Okay. Um, yeah, ideating. Now you have to prototype. Choose one solution or maybe combine the solutions that you have that you think best addresses the problem at hand. Create a number of inexpensive. So when you're creating a product, you can create an inexpensive prototype. However, if your solution, for example, is includes processes, includes events, you may draw, you may plan, you may sketch, storyboard, plan out the event, okay, or the different processes. You can also do that. Okay, that's prototyping, and then prototyping techniques, low fidelity techniques, easy and simple graphic designs, or prototyping with cheap materials. That's okay. Storyboarding technique, mapping out how the plan of action or service would happen or carried out. So pwedeng ganun, storyboarding, okay, technique. And then you now have to test it. Have an evaluator test your complete product. The evaluator could be your students or maybe a friend, a teacher friend. Listen to their feedback. Use the feedback to improve your product or solution or even to investigate again the problem at hand. Testing is not the implementation itself. Diba sometimes before you bring out an education initiative for use, official implementation, you test it, di ba? So you can test it by your own. You can ask your students to maybe undergo first the process, one or two students, get feedback. So parang testing lang to. Parang sabi lang sa business, it's a marketplace test, market test. Okay, you can test it. You can listen to feedback to a friend, to a fellow supervisor, or maybe even a person outside the education system and see if they understand it. Okay? So parang this is not the same with implementation. Sa implementation, ito na yung improved based on how you designed it. All right? So that is how those are the steps of design thinking. Very simple, very quick way of looking into solutions. Again, I'll just gonna repeat it. I just gonna repeat the design thinking process. Again, we start with empathizing. We need to understand how the context, the needs of every person affected by the problem. And then after that, you define the problem based on the insights, the data that you gathered from your empathy stage. And then once you define the problem, you zero in with a specific problem, you now ideate with the solution. What did I say about solution? Do not fall in love with the solution. Do not fall in love with a ready-made solution. Fall in love with the problem. So that at the ideation stage, you can brainstorm and come up with creative solutions. Once you come up with a creative solution and now go to prototyping, building a representation or maybe mapping out how we do it. And then once you complete everything, you test it. You test so that you improve all the processes, you improve everything. And then once you're done with the development, you are now ready for implementation. The implementation, execution, evaluation, there's no timeline depending on you. A lot of the teachers that I've worked with in DepEd, San Jose, Del Monte, and San Fernando, they actually like give themselves 1 to 2 quarters of implementation. 1 to 2 quarters of implementation so that they can have a consistent gathering of data or impact measurement. So that's also possible. That's the design thinking process that we are going to undergo. Later on in the afternoon, I will give you a group activity. I will give you an exercise. You will have to do empathy map exercise so that you are also prepared for day 2. You will have to explore the context of the persons that you are interested to work on, whose innovations, whose education initiative projects you want to work on. Okay, so there. Okay, that will be in the afternoon. So no need about it. Um, some question. Don't worry, I'll give you a copy of the handouts that I have. Please do not expect the PowerPoint, the PowerPoint itself. Instead, I will be giving you a handout version of this so that later on, when you do your own activities in your group, you can go back to the resources. Si Sir Noel will be showing you the link. So I have already uploaded the worksheets there that you will work on this afternoon. And even later on, I will add the handouts for this. So I will not upload the PowerPoint presentations themselves, but a handout version of those things. All right. So there, I'm gonna stop for now. That is just a quick introduction on the design thinking process. So again, in our development stage on day 2, this is what we will be following. This is the process that we will be following. It's very simple. It's very simple, but it will take much time and effort for you to work on. That's why day 2 is all about creating everything. Okay. So there, I'm just gonna stop sharing. And while I'm preparing for the third session, are there any questions that you want to ask or clarifications maybe?
Yes, we would like
Yes.
to invite our participants to post their questions po sa ating comment box, no? And sir, I really appreciate that design thinking. Very comprehensive and straightforward siya, no? And right now we have a question from one of our PSDSS, Sir Erickson Cabrera. Based on the areas of education innovation, how do we know that it is an innovation? Does it need to be measurable? Yan po ang tanong ni Sir.
Yeah. Say Sir Erickson, like what I've said a while ago, there are three, depende. Like for example, if you have also your indicators, di ba, as a division of what's an innovation, you can also check on that. Check on those indicators that you have. But personally for me, I always go back to the three marks of an education innovation. Number one, the developtive design. Second, impact. Because we want impact, impact needs to be measured. Hindi pwedeng feeling ko may impact. Kasi kung mangyari, lahat tayo feeling may impact. Okay lang naman feeling may impact, but we also want to have like objective data impact. The data does not need to be in numbers or quantitative. Diba? It could be qualitative. Anecdotes. Diba? If you have personal stories, diba? Ang ganda nga minsan, the data that you see, if there are real stories behind them, it makes the innovation more personal. Oh, by the way, yun yung pala yung sinasabi ko. What I don't like about innovation is when all innovations are nagiging numbers. Kailangan may story behind your innovation. Kaya nga ang sabi ko, start with problems, with the users. Kasi ang kwento ng mga bata, ang kwento ng mga teachers, sila ang nagbibigay ng puso sa innovation mo. 'Di ba? Um, yun, when I joined the Apple Distinguished Educators community, 'di ba you've heard of Google Certified Innovators or whatever. There is an Apple Distinguished Educators community. It's been 25 years. The program has been 20 in reality in 25 years. I joined it 2015. You know, when Apple asks for innovation, we need to submit proof of innovation. And you know what the challenge of Apple? The challenge of Apple was to retell your story of innovation in 2 minutes. And what you know what I've learned there? Hindi ka nagpresent ng PowerPoint eh. 'Di ba parang ganun yung nangyayari pag innovation conference? Sobrang objective, methodology, ganyan. Naging parang lahat report, para ka nagpresent ng thesis.
Very
But I have teachers when they present their innovation, by the way, they start with story. They start with the anecdotes of a real person affected by the problem. So pwedeng ganon. So when you look at impact, it doesn't mean data lang. Pwede kang mag-anchor on the story of your real life. 'Di ba kita ninyo yung mga yung mga advertisement ng Apple? Ang Apple hindi naman nila Apple does not proclaim their specs. Nakita niyo na ba si Apple nagsabing megabytes, gigabytes, ganyan. Hindi, yung mga insecure brand yung mga naggaganon. Pero ang Apple, you watch the advertisement of Apple. They always show the story behind. It's all about relationship. Ganon din dapat. Sabi ni Ma'am Agnes, it's the journey. Tapos i-stick mo na lang dyan. So when you're presenting your innovation, you start with the problem. Pwedeng ganito. Meet Roel or Noel. Meet Noel. Noel is my student. I met him and the first time we've seen each other, nababaliktad niya yung mga letters. Noel is an example of a student who is affected by dyslexia. And that is my core problem in this innovation. How can I help my students who have dyslexia improve learning outcomes? Ganon. Naka-anchor tayo on real person. That's how, tip yan ha, sa mga sumasali sa mga innovation conference. Pag nag-present kayo ng innovation, start kayo. Start with real person. Huwag kayong, these are my objectives. Wow, parang nag-report naman, objectives, ganyan. Ayaw ko din sa classroom ang mga teachers na nagsisimula sa objectives. Sabi ko nga, ang objectives hindi para sa mga students, para sa inyo yan sa lesson plan ninyo. Right? So there, always start. So impact, the third one is scalability. You know, when you share your story of innovation, your journey, your moments of success are actually your growth and scalability. Of course, your moment of success is the impact. Nag-grow si Noel sa dyslexia. Hindi perfect, hindi siya naging perfect, but there was a big jump in the learning outcome achievement. And then, pwede mong sabihin, in terms of growth and scalability, I partnered with an NGO. Di ba, ang daming NGOs about dyslexia. I partnered with them and I showed to them what I've discovered. And we implemented it with their partner schools. Pwedeng ganun. Di ba? It's how you tell the story. Pero behind that, meron kayong template na yung process and everything. But when you share it, share the journey behind it, not just the result. Para may para may touch ng pagkatao yung data natin. We don't want to reduce our innovation into data. 'Di ba? We want the story behind it, the journey, sabi nga ni Ma'am Agnes. Ayun.
So iba yung yung template mo when you conduct it, iba rin ang format mo when you present it after conducting it. Yan.
Exactly.
Yan ang na-pick up.
Kasi pag ako, sobrang boring naman, 'di ba? Parang data. Gusto ko malaman ano yung success story. What's the real life story behind it? Paano naapektuhan yung mga tao? That's how you put impact also. That's how you stand out from the rest. I'm pretty sure the rest will be methodology, blah 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 blah. Parang
Siguro
conference
Sir Dep,
poster.
yung mga organizing committee kasi dahil yun ang nire-require nila, no? Piniprescribe
Oh,
nila. Sana
I
ibahin nila.
would suggest the organizing committee for innovation para kayong spotlight, para kayong mag-pitch. Give each
Ed, no?
innovator 2 minutes. 2 minutes to share their stories. Kasi feeling ko, ako nung nag-judge ako, pinakita na nila sa akin yung paper or whatever, binasa ko, sobrang boring. Pero bigyan natin ng time ang mga innovators. I-pitch nila. Tingnan natin kung sino yung magaling mag-share at talagang grounded yung story. Doon mo makikita kung sino yung, okay, ginawa niya to kasi kailangan, papel. 'Di ba? Tingnan niyo kung sino yung into the innovation, yung talagang may puso. Yan yung 'di ba? Nanonood ba kayo ng Shark Tank?
Ako sir,
Yung
familiar
parang,
ako sa TED Talk. Parang ganon yung alam ko.
parang ganon. Parang the elevator pitch. We call it elevator pitch and we do that in our school. Our students do elevator pitch. They're given 2 to 3 minutes to present their final output to real people. It's called elevator pitch. So,
Pwede sa
pwedeng ganon.
classroom yan, sir, no? Technique na ganon kapag
Yes.
face-to-face or online, pwede.
Yes. Okay.
I see here from Sir Hermes. I don't know if it's a question. Yan, from Sir Hermes Vargas, ang ating pong P4 from the School of Choice. And developing the culture of innovation is genuinely good. For school heads, this is anchored on Domain 1 Strand 1.4 of the Philippine Professional Standards for School Heads. On the other hand, we also have to be realistic that teachers' innovations are used in ranking for promotion. In that sense, the motive of teachers for creating innovation may vary. It's actually
which is correct, and this is a real talk part of it. That's why ako personally lang, I look at authenticity. Kaya nga parang sinasabi ko nga sa inyo, parang what if you ask the innovators to present the story behind? Baka deal breaker yan.
Oh.
Right? Baka deal breaker. Baka yan yung magpapakita kung sino yung into it talaga. Yung authentic talaga. And by the way, just a heads up, because I've experienced being nominated, being finalist sa mga teacher competition. They don't usually just look at the data that you're submitting. They look at your story and the story of success that you have. So yan, yung mga gustong mag-Metro Bank dyan. Ano ba yung sa Batubalani? Many Face of the Teacher, Global Teacher Prize, if you wanna win 1 million US dollar. Ayan. That's what they try to look at. Di ba yung iba, ay kasi I've seen, ang daming sumasali. Diyos ko, sangkatutak na, sangkatutak na research yung sinasubmit at innovation, ganyan-ganyan. Pero pinsan, pag binasa mo yung story, parang, ano ba talaga yung kwento? Doon kulang, doon tagilid. So, yan, tip yan, heads up, if you wanna join,
Yung
yan.
kwento, no? Noted yun. Ano yung kwento sa likod ng
Yung
innovation?
kwento ha, yung kwento hindi kailangan MMK. Wag nating tayo mag-poverty porn. Tayo kasi mga Pinoy, gustong-gusto natin yung story ng hirapan. Sobrang in-exploit na natin ang kahirapan. Nagla-glamorize na natin ang kahirapan. It's not poverty porn, okay? It's not.
Appeal
It's
to
authentic.
emotion madalas kasi, sir. No?
Yes, it's also emotions. Kaya pinapanalo ninyo yung mga emotional, ganyan-ganyan. No, it's not. Okay? It's the authenticity of the story.
Alright. Meron pa po ba tayong question or comment?
Very good insight, actually. So, thank you, Sir
Hermes
Hermes.
Vargas, yan. So from Sir Erickson, as early as now, I must say that webinar is helpful to assist us in creating impactful innovations. Many teachers have started their own innovations and they are really doing well. Yan.
And my intention is not to undo them, ha. My intention is not to undo. But I'm gonna give some insights kasi when I was asked to do some workshop, for example, DepEd Angeles, DepEd Angeles, DepEd San Fernando. Some of the teachers were already they already have kasi solutions in mind and acronym. Yun lang naman yung ayaw ko. Kasi nung nag-design thinking kami tapos na-uncover nila yung problem, yung acronym nila hindi na align to their solution. Yung
Tama.
solution nila hindi na align to the problem. Sabi ko sa kanila, mortal sin na yung ginagawa nila. Binabaliktad na nila lahat-lahat para umayon sa acronym at umayon sa solution. My purpose is not to undo. It's not to undo. My purpose is to make you reflect on authenticity and alignment. 'Di ba? So,
Tama.
medyo yun yung struggle eh. And that's I don't know. Baka hindi naman kasi gusto nilang sumali. It's just for requirement. But my recommendation always is, I would rather ask, what's your problem? 'Di ba? What's your problem? Ako nga, the last thing that I require is the title eh. Baliktad sa thesis na iba, 'di ba, nauna sa title or research, ako last. Kasi ako nga problem-oriented
Working
ako eh.
title kasi yun, sir, dapat, no? Actually, the
Oo.
first thing that you really have to identify is the problem. It is the heart of the innovation and research kasi. Yun ang
Exactly.
then followed by objectives kasi from your problem, you will anchor your objective. So later on na lang ang title. Ang title siguro, sir, it's just a guide pero hindi yun ang final, no? Kasi yung
Yeah.
congruence is very important, no? Dun
Yeah.
sa part
I'm
na
not a research expert, by the way, so you can agree or disagree with me. But based on my practice, in terms of education innovation, I always really go with the problem. Kasi
Actually, sir,
sabi
you
nga
do
nila,
make a lot of sense. Talagang tama po, sir. Ganun nga siya.
kasi ang main concern ko really is we might be thinking of solutions that are not appropriate. Sabi nga nila, there are no right, sabi ba? There are no right solutions, only right problems.
Mm.
We
Exactly.
might end up wasting our effort and time thinking of solutions or doing the solution, but then in the end, hindi pala siya aligned sa problem natin.
Tsaka, sir, minsan yung problem na na-identify natin, thinking that it is a problem, but as you unravel, you will discover that it is not actually the problem. Merong mga ganong instances eh. I
That's the
remember I remember a story from Dr. Galarion of Region 3. Yung pong sinasabi niya na tamad, yung parang hindi ko po exactly kung ganun ang memory ko po. Pero yung ang impression niya sa mga bata, they don't submit their assignments because they're lazy or hindi interested. Pero digging deeper pala, wala pala silang means to do the assignment. Parang ganun ang So we really have to ensure that we really have a clear understanding of the problem. Parang yun po yung napo-point out niyo nga po doon.
And by the way, when you're gathering data and problem, avoid making judgment ha. Like for
Mm.
example, kasi tamad sila. Wow, tamad agad.
Yes,
But
tama
there
po.
are other solutions. So yeah, when you're gathering data from on based on problems, suspend judgment. 'Di ba sabi ko nga sa iyo, point of view, 'di ba? Objective third, tama ba yung term? Sorry, English teachers. I forgot the term on the tip of my tongue. Pero parang
Yung perception ba, sir,
objective point
ganyan?
of view. Oo. Point of view na objective. Objective person.
Mm.
Yeah. Third
Tama po.
person, objective point of view.
Yes.
You suspend judgment. Okay? Huwag kang mag-judge. Halimbawa, uy, si teacher lang na late, tamad.
And you
Tamad
don't
lang.
judge the person that you're helping, 'di ba, sir? You're
Describe the action. Sabi
yes.
nila what I've learned as a teacher kasi I've taught grade 1, grade 2 until grade 6. Elementary kasi yung focus. I've taught grade 8. I'm teaching senior high right now, ICT, in another school while doing school leadership role. One thing that I've learned when I taught grade 1, grade 2, that's why I love the primary grades. I was taught to describe the action, the behavior, and not to label.
Tama po.
And not to label. Okay, the same thing with teachers. Don't label teachers. Describe the action and behavior. All right.
Yeah.
Can I proceed with the
Yes, sir.
last segment? This is very important, and you will realize that align yung mga sinasabi ko right now in terms of if innovation. The third session is about third session, the role of growth mindset in innovation. So I'll continue my discussion about growth mindset in innovation. Why am I emphasizing this? Because if we want to build, kanina sinasabi natin, our dear supervisor, our dear chief, our dear head of the innovation committee, OIC, our dear superintendent, we mentioned about culture of innovation. And for culture of innovation, and for culture of innovation, and for sorry, nawala ako. And for the culture of innovation to happen or to be developed or to foster or to be sustained and thrive, we need a growth mindset. So I was talking about growth mindset a while ago. Now let me just dig a little bit deeper into this. When we speak about growth mindset, I want to start with our description of an innovator. So what are the characteristics of an innovator? An innovator is empathetic. Um, they know how to understand, they know how to put themselves in the position of the teacher, of the students, or the person that they're working with. You are an empathetic teacher. You're an empathetic leader. You know how to put yourself in the position of your teachers. You're an empathetic supervisor. You know how to put yourself in the position of the teachers, the principals. You're an empathetic PSDS. You know how to put yourself, step into the shoe of the people that you are collaborating or working with. You're a problem finder. You're not just a solution finder. You're a problem finder. You look for questions, right? You dig deep. You're a risk taker. Okay, do you want to go to the old path, to the beaten path, or you want to go to the road less traveled by? Sino nga ba yon? O, mga literature teachers natin, road less traveled by, road less traveled. Who's the poet who wrote that? I love that. I love that because it reminds us innovators. Ayan. I
That's
hope alam
the
niyo yun.
road not taken, sir, no, ni Robert
I wrote
Frost,
it
if I'm not
again.
mistaken.
Ayan. Sorry. Iba pala yung road less traveled. Scott Peck para yon. But that was also based on Robert Frost. I love that. So would you go to the old beaten path or would you go to the new one? Okay? And then you're a risk taker. You're a networked innovator. Network teacher, that means you work with other people. Okay? You're observant. You look at things. You look at things as who they are, as what they are. You suspend your judgment. Okay? And then you're a creator. What does that mean? If you're a creator, you start with an idea, you involve action, it leads to fruition. And that's with hard work. So it's idea, action, it leads to fruition. And that action includes hard work, working, okay? And then resiliency. You don't give up easily. Yes, you commit mistakes, but you give up easily. And because you don't give up, you use your mistakes, you reflect on your experiences. That is that is the innovator's mindset. All of these things are needs to be with you. If you want to become an innovator, you have to have this characteristic. Okay, you're not just innovating for the sake of promotion. Okay, that's bonus. That's one of the reasons why you're doing it. But of course, because you want to do better things, with or without promotion. Okay, you want to do better things. Ideal, yes, but that is something that we want to strive for. Okay, so growth mindset. This is by Carol S. Dweck, also original. You can also look at the work of Angela Duckworth. Okay, it's a growth mindset. Um, Carol S. Dweck made a study on human character, intelligence, and ability to learn or improve. And she came up with two kinds of mindsets: fixed mindset and growth mindset. Let's compare the two. Um, a teacher with a fixed mindset would say something like this: I'm not good at ICT. I'm a veteran teacher. That is not for me. If I use ICT, things will fail. I will commit mistakes. That's embarrassing. Hard work are for those who are not good at ICT. I'm good at ICT. I don't need hard work. Try something new. I'd rather stick with the tried and tested. These are the usual things that you hear from teachers who have fixed mindset. And sometimes teachers' lack of confidence often result into personal deficiency. Feeling of being embarrassed, feeling of committing mistakes. The lack of confidence leads to personal deficiency. However, it could also be the other way around. The personal deficiency, I'm not good at these things, could also lead me to lack of confidence. So it's a two-way street. So what do we do here? Hey, we need to recognize that this is what we call as the fixed mindset. What does fixed mindset mean? Fixed mindset sees intelligence, character, and our capability to learn and create new things as static, and that the sense of success, whether in the present or in the future, has been largely predetermined with what you know at what you can do now. In short, hanggang dito na lang ako. Eto na lang ang kaya ko. Ay, yung batang yan, hanggang dyan na lang siya. Have you heard of teachers saying that? Kung ako yung magulang at ganun ang sinabi sa aking anak, I will feel bad. O ba't ko pa pinasok sa school kung hindi nyo naman pala siyang kayang tulungan at mag-improve? Hanggang ganyan na lang yung teacher na yan. Yung leader na yan, yung principal namin, hanggang ganyan na lang yan. That's fixed mindset. Or sometimes, sasabihin natin sa sarili natin, hanggang dito na lang. Tao lang eh. Tao lang. Okay? Static. Ay, ano lang, average lang ako. Ay, si student na yan, average lang yan, hanggang dyan lang siya. Hindi siya magaganyan, mag-improve. Or, ay, ayan, matalino kasi yan eh, ever since matalino yan. So, hanggang ngayon, matalino pa rin yan. Siya pa rin ang magna-number one. Static, walang pagbabago. Fixed mindset. Okay? And because of that, we're afraid to commit mistakes. And because of that, we have already accepted na hanggang dito na lang tayo. No openness to learning. Growth mindset is the opposite. Growth mindset believes that intelligence can be developed, which means that one can get smarter or be better at something through effort, hard work, persistence, use of helpful strategies. Diba? Hindi lang studying hard, working hard. It's studying and working smarter. And help, feedback, or criticism from others. Yan. So what are we saying? That we can be better, we can be smarter, we can become innovators. So effort, hard work, persistence. Even if our innovation does not work, your education projects has hiccups, it's okay. Why? Because we are open to feedback and criticism. We see criticism as very important ingredients, whether that criticism has been given constructively or negatively. It's a matter of mindset. Sige ha, sabi nyo yan yung criticism, I'll accept it. Okay? And I work on it. You don't take things personally. Unless siguro personal na yung ano, yung attack sa iyo. Okay? But we don't like that. Instead, we focus. We focus on the work at hand. We improve things. All right? School culture of growth mindset. So how do we develop now? In a school setting that is shifting towards adoption of something new, innovation such as ICT, or maybe other ICT innovation, or maybe not just in a school, even in an office, in a community. To get teachers and other members of the community on board, we need to practice growth mindset. Okay? How do we do that? Or why do we need to do that? Growth mindset allows teachers and other members of the school community or your district or your division to have the courage to take risks and to explore new approaches aiming for the desired goal without losing confidence when mistakes or challenges present themselves. So we don't gun for perfection. Instead, we aim for the best versions of ourselves, the best version of our education initiatives, projects that can get in turn become education innovations. Okay? We take risks. 'Di ba sabi ni Steve Jobs? Okay, we're not very fond of rules of the status quo. Kasi kung laking status quo, walang High School Musical, those who grew up with High School Musical there, 'di ba? They said something about not breaking the status quo, but maybe leaving behind the status quo so that you can actually explore new things, right? Taking risks. Um, Growth mindset, however, requires recognition of teacher individuality, or not just teacher, everyone's individuality and agency. That means that we should trust each other. That means that we should trust and believe in each other that we can do things for the better. Okay? Acknowledgement of yet. Yet means the idea that things are not yet done well, that things are not yet completed, that there's no finality, that there's no end, that we are not done yet. Even if we commit a mistake, it's just a yet. It's not a final thing. An attitude of and not but. So that when you pitch your idea, you listen to the new idea, and you try to do something, you say and instead of but. Karamihan kasi pinopropose po yung hindi pa nakakalipad yung idea na shoot down na agad, di ba? But na agad, but. Ang dadaming big buts. Okay? Instead, have an attitude of instead of but. Huwag nega agad. Kakasabi pa lang yung idea, nega na agad. Or but agad. No. Have an attitude of and so teacher, what do you want to do? And so, dear leader, okay. And then of course, for teachers, because most of our attendees are teachers, we need support from school leaders. You cannot have a growth mindset if your school leaders are so hooked up into perfection. You cannot have a growth mindset if your school leaders prioritize perfect results and no room for improvement, no room for perfection. So, no room for improving. Okay? Or failures and mistake. 'Di ba yun nga yung sabi natin, magkaiba ang perfection sa best. We can be the best version of ourselves by learning from our mistakes. Okay? Ang perfection, no room for improvement. God mode yan. O sino ba ang Diyos dito sa atin? Okay? Wala naman. So how do you foster growth mindset? So check how you speak, act, or again feedback to students. Ito minsan yung basis natin. Students or teachers. In your classroom, for teachers in your classroom, this is what you check with what you say to students. If you're a school leader, check with what you say to teachers. If you're a supervisor or maybe someone who handles a group of schools, check what you tell them. Do you emphasize correctness or perfection more than appreciating the efforts of students or teachers? Do you give time for students or teachers to learn or school leaders from their mistakes? Or do you move on immediately? Do you always praise the perfect students or the perfect teachers, the perfect school leaders, and show disappointment to students, teachers, and school leaders who failed or committed some mistakes? Do you welcome new and radical ideas or do you encourage safe answers? Do you celebrate failure and cheer for improvement? Or ang mga binabanner nyo lang, yung mga top 1, ganito, ganyan, ganyan. This is what I want to give a comment on. You don't have to agree with me. This is my personal thought and I just want to share it. Maybe it's high time to celebrate the most improved student, the most improved teacher, the most improved school leader, the most improved school. Lagi na lang natin binabanner yung top 1, yung best, best, best dito. It's okay to celebrate. Okay? It's okay to celebrate. But how do we celebrate improvement? Sige nga, sa classroom nyo ba, pinopost nyo ba yung mga most improved student o yung pinopost nyo lang yung mga ranking-ranking? Kasi our own decorations in the classroom and school speaks about our school culture. Sure, you have a culture of excellence. You have a culture of excellence because you're putting up your wins and that and whatever. But how do you manifest growth mindset culture? A culture of innovation, a culture of improvement. Do you congratulate students and teachers or classes that have shown improvement or patarapulin lang tayo ng tarpaulin ng mga panalo? Paano yung mga sa basketball nga may most improved player. Bakit sa education system natin wala ngang perfect? How do we celebrate improvement? Kaya gusto ko yung mga awards that celebrate improvement. 'Di ba yung parang mga schools, most improved schools or something? Or minsan gusto ko yung mga award na instead of looking at perfection, they look at how things were improved. Mas gusto ko yung mga yun. Kaysa sa mga sobrang ranking and everything. That's just my personal thoughts. How do we enable celebration of failure? How do we cheer for improvement and less of perfection? Okay? If we want to promote growth mindset and a culture of innovation. Yan. Innovative success does not happen overnight. Yan ha. It's not even a destination. It's how the school community builds a culture of innovation in order to thrive amidst changes. It's a journey. It's a process. It's not an end goal. It's not just a destination. All right? And then in the end, try to try to explore. Ask questions like, what if? What if gawin natin ito? What if ganito yung mangyari? Growth mindset. It's okay to commit mistakes. Grit and perseverance. I will not give up. Dear innovators, ayan, future innovators, ganito yung dapat tinatanong natin, what if? We tell ourselves, it's okay, I made a mistake. How can I learn from it? And then if things are tough, I will tell myself I will not give up. Okay? So there, I'm gonna stop there. That ends my third input. And let's open the floor for some questions again.
All right.
Ayan, meron
So,
pala dito, two best implementers. Ayan. Okay, yes, those are the best awards, yung mga that checks improvement. Right?
mm, all right, sir. While we are waiting for some questions to be posted, I would like to also recognize the Claro M Recto ICT School. Nandyan po sila. I-share screen po natin. Sana naka-on. Ayan po, headed by Sir Ariel T. Perez din po, akong current po na school head po ng AXA at saka ng ICT. Tama po ba? This is Claro M Recto, ICT High School. Ayan po. Hello po mga kapatid. Yan. Happy viewing po. And sana po mag-post na po tayo ng questions if we have clarifications while awaiting. So here we have from Ma'am Lorna Bernardo de Jose of Angeles City National High School. Ang question ay, what do you think is the most ideal or suited type of innovation for classroom setting?
Alam nyo na yung sagot ko. It depends on the context of the learners, the problem of the classroom, the students. Walang ideal, walang best suited. Ang makapag ano lang yan is, let's try to understand the needs, the challenges, the problems of our students. If you want classroom, then students. Diba? Tanungin natin, interviewin, kilalanin natin sila. Ano ba yung mga challenges nila? Ano ba yung problems nila? Okay? Walang ideal, walang most suited. Depende yan sa konteksto. Needs and context.
The problem po. Yun lagi ang heart, no? Okay, another po. Let me see lang po if we have one here. Okay, verify ko lang po, no? Yes, sir, this is actually the session 3. We're done with session 3 na na-present po ni Sir Jim a while ago, and what we are doing now is waiting for questions or clarifications. If you do have, do not hesitate to post them on our comment section. No? Ayan po, meron tayo from
Sorry,
Ma'am Maria.
baka nabigla sila sa change of schedule again. I got a notification. Work from
Opo.
home po kasi ako sa building namin. At magche-check sila ng kuryente and everything. So, around mga 2. So, all inputs are being done in the AM, and then I'll log in back at 1 PM and explain the different worksheets that you will have to do. So, parang asynchronous work yung mangyayari. Group
Yes.
work, asynchronous work. Ayan.
Yan, from Ma'am Maria Ronila Balangkit of Santa Maria Elementary School. Sir Q po, how can we make innovation a little bit easier? Thank you.
What's your definition of easier? Easier? Paano ba yung easier? Sige, Ma'am Ranila, what's your definition of easier? Walang research, walang impact? Hindi pwede. Kasi paano natin maka-claim nga na innovation yun kung walang impact? Di ba? I think the most difficult part there is the measure of impact for me.
Siguro,
Difficult din yung development, but if you really know what you want to do, it could be better. Could be easier.
siguro
Less
naghahanap
work.
po siya ng simple process kung meron.
Let's see tomorrow. Let's see on day 2 if the process itself is simple. So I'll show you.
I could remember, sir, that yung isa, sir, is things become easier if you always do it. Parang when you practice.
Or I don't know if this is something that you would like to explore as a division. In my school, we are very much open into collaborative work. So it's okay for us if teachers work together in an
Yes.
innovation. Make things a lot easier. Diba? Teamwork, collaboration. But then shared yung how you call credits. The credits are shared.
Actually, sir, particularly po sa master teachers are encouraged to collaborate with their teachers. It's under career stage 3. So talagang importante po yung makapag-collaborate to make, siguro to lessen the task, no? Kung meron kang kasamang gagawa nito, nung gagawa noon, something like that.
Yeah. Can I just speak on that? If that's the case, medyo iffy lang sa iba kasi gusto nila solo yung credit. Walang agawan, collaboration nga eh. Collaboration po. Parang sa mga student nyo din po, di ba? Pinapagalitan yung mga students niyo na credit grabber. Ang dami niyan ngayon, di ba? Credit grabber. Pinapagalitan yung mga student. Maging model naman tayo mga teachers. If this is a collaborative work, then we always say, I co-wrote, I co-implemented. Di ba? Tinuturo natin yung meaning ng co. I co-implemented this with teacher ganito. I share the credits with teacher. Huwag kayong mahiyang mag-share ng credit. 'Di ba? Huwag mahiya. That should be a culture, collaboration. Si Steve Jobs nga hindi nahihiyang sinasabi co-founder siya eh. 'Di ba? So huwag kayong mahiya.
Yan. I think we have here from Sir Jefferson. Jefferson Gomez. I-flash ko lang po kung nandyan po ba. Ayun. My POV, it's actually not a question. It's just a comment. My POV, Ma'am Ella, is that there is no easy way to solve a problem.
Well, there are easy problems, but I don't think, if they're easy problems, I don't think the impact would be that great.
I could remember, kung saan mas mahirap ang pagtupad, doon mas malaki ang, kumbaga, kabanalan, no? Doon mas malaki yung, kumbaga, benefit or significance ng isang bagay.
Significance. Siguro ang sabi din nila, that's why those who make greater impact are those who were not afraid to take on bigger problems.
Yes, exactly, sir. Yeah. Right. I actually looking at here sa message po natin, private chat, sir, we have a question from Sir Edgy Cortez, no? We have to give praise to the teachers who work silently without thinking of the promotion. It's actually a comment. Nawawala po kasi ang teamwork kapag may kapapelan po muna. Yan ang sabi niya. All right.
Well, yeah, that's part of the reality. Ang ganda niyan na, ang gandang reflection yan. Kaya nga dapat paano ba natin? Kasi some are born to be Jollibee, pabida. But if you are really a community, you should have the courage to tell the person. Kami, we're open to feedback. We give feedback to each other. And I told my teachers, when someone gives you a feedback, thank the person because the person cared enough to show you, to mirror what you cannot see about yourself. Depende kasi sa mindset and culture of the school. If the mindset and the culture of the school is, my God, feedback lang, personalan na. Maybe may kailangan baguhin. So pwedeng yung school leader diyan, principal, baka yun yung innovation project nyo. How do we change mindset? Pero minsan, ang sad is, kaya minsan mas gusto kong makipag-usap sa mga bata, mas madaling turuan yung mga bata kaysa sa mga matatanda na eh. 'Di ba? It's easier to fix kids daw or to help kids be better than adults. Because some adults can't be fixed. Kasi yung mindset. So mindset po.
It will take a lot of reflection. Ngayon nga, nagre-reflect ako, sir, kung how do we do things, no? Yan. Kanina may question ako nakita, sir, from Ma'am Lorna. Ayun, there you go. From Ma'am Lorna Deo Gracias Laksina, what is the main difference between intervention and innovation po, sir?
Intervention could be an innovation if the intervention has impact and growth and can be scaled. Karamihan naman, kaya nga sinasabi ko, parang when you start with a problem, usually the solution itself could be presented as an intervention. Kaya nga sabi ko, dikitan nyo na yan, yung way of measuring impact nyo, dikitan nyo ng action research. Kung master teacher ka, o dalawa na yan, o di ba hindi mo na pinapahirapan. Siguro this is one way of making things easier. Hitting two birds with one stone. Kung kailangan mo ng intervention project, o pangatlo na yan. Right? It's just a matter of looking at things. Required ba ng iba-iba? I'm not sure kung required nyo ng iba-iba, pero ako as a school leader, if I have 10 teachers and all of them does that, di ba I have 10 innovations intervention. Interventions could be innovative by nature. As a result pala, it could be innovative.
There's a convergence of the processes actually, sir. If you do
Yes,
innovation, that is already an action research because the way you test the effect, yung impact ng yung innovation ay already a study. Even the formulation itself is already a research.
Magkakaiba lang ng mga hinihinging parts. Diba pag action research, ganyan-ganyan. But it's just a matter of realigning everything. Kasi most of the things are present naman in each other's template.
Yes.
Diba?
The discipline is actually similar. Yan. Sa bawat innovation, research. Yan. So, do we still have here question from Ma'am? Is this killing time? Sorry po kung mali yung pagbasa ko. So, Marty Babanto of SDIS here. How can we motivate teachers to innovate if their reason for not doing is because they would like to focus on their personal life or family affairs?
Okay, straight answer with this. I don't know kasi with DepEd's way of performance appraisal. But if I may share, our performance appraisal instrument in my school is that you cannot get the highest and the second highest rating if you don't present an innovation. So that's part of our, you can get the third one, the average one, it's okay, pero walang personalan pag na-compare ka. Kasi in the end, performance appraisal includes comparison of teachers. Not all of your teachers could be excellent teachers. And who are those model teachers? Those who can do innovation and still do their work excellently. Kasi kaya nga it takes much effort. Pero sa teacher na nag-choose na mag-personal life and family affairs, in the end, pag nirate nyo sila, dapat diretso din kayo. O teacher, ganito ha, you did not submit ganyan-ganyan. Kasama siya sa indicators. So this is the only rating that I can give you. So pag ikaw naman na teacher, pinili mo yun, dapat tanggapin mo din yun. Nasa indicator pala eh. Huwag kang makipag-away and i-push mo na, uy, excellent teacher ako, ganyan-ganyan. Yung excellent teacher nga, nag-sacrifice ng time. So sabi ko nga, sa mga ganito, din mo nakikita yung mga stand-out na teachers. The bare minimum of a teacher for me is to be able to teach in the classroom effectively.
Yes.
But those who want to go beyond that, kailangan din silang i-recognize. And it takes a lot of sacrifice. Whether you're teaching in private or public school, there's one way or form of sacrifice that we are doing. Dito na papasok yung, for me, the needed evaluation comparison of teachers. Because not all teachers are born, created, developed equal. Dito mo na makikita kung sino ba yung gusto mong ma-promote. Kung sino ba ang ka-worthy-worthy na maging model. Kung sino ba ang gusto mong isali sa Metro Bank. Kung sino ba yung isusupport mo. Kasi kita ng mga tao. Huwag namang mag-expect yung teacher na nag-choose na wag mag-innovation. Ano yun, in-expect niya na siya yung ano mo sa Metro Bank? Walang evidence, di ba? I mean, do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just have a
Basically,
point when the option of the minsan kasi you cannot push them.
mm,
As a school leader, you might want to motivate them. But then in the end, may agency, you need to respect. But then the agency, the decision that they have will have an implication on their performance. I don't know lang kasi how rating happens in DepEd, and I don't have any glimpse of it, so I cannot very much speak about it. I'm just speaking from my own experience as an administrator. I lead a department, and I work with others in EdTech department also. Although I'm not their ratee, I'm able to give input, but I rate my 11 teachers under the Christian Life department. And yeah, that's one of the indicators that we have. And it's made public, yung indicators. Alam talaga ng mga teachers. So conscious decision nila yon. I can encourage them, I can speak to them, but then in the end, if they choose not to, then, di ba?
yes, sir.
So, dating na lang sa rating, dun lang tayo maging clear.
Doon
Clear
lang
tayo.
magkakatalo-talo sir sa rating. Apparently
Yes.
sir, we have the PPST na klaro naman ng indicators, yung kumbaga yung rubric. It is actually being introduced. As a matter of fact, I saw a memorandum a while ago that we will be having an orientation sa RPMS for this school year on the 24th. So it's a very good opportunity to see ano yung indicator. Saan kami i-measure? Kasama bang innovation doon? If yes, we have to do so. If not, di okay lang. So tama nga naman po. The minimum is to be able to teach inside the classroom effectively, but we have to recognize teachers who are going or taking an extra mile naman as being of a teacher.
At wag kayong magalit sa mga teachers na taking extra mile ha. Kasi decision nila 'yon. Decision din 'yun naman na wag mag-extra mile eh. So irerespeto din naman, pero wag kayong magalit, wag niyong i-pull down. Yun yung ayaw ko din minsan. Some teachers pull down those who are willing to go beyond. Let's not do that. Wag niyong sabihin pabida si teacher na ito. I don't like it. Because you're also killing the creativity. Sila nga lang ang pag-asa ng school ninyo eh. to dive into culture of innovation tapos ipo-pull down niyo pa. Wag ganon. Wag utak talangka. Tama ba? Talangka, crab mentality.
Crab mentality. Yan. Parang may smart shaming po minsan na nangyayari.
Oh, let's not do that. Smart shaming are those only for mean troll people. Yung mga napapanood nyo sa TV, mga comedians smart shaming other people, leave that to them, but don't do that. You're teachers, you're professionals. 'Di ba?
All right. So we have here from our Akpusta president, I think. Tama ba? Sa next. Ayun. Improve the culture within the school, develop a culture of collaboration, and may eventually lead to a culture of innovation. So it's an insight from our faculty president, or Akpusta president rather, Sir Patricio Saison. We also have Ma'am Ana Marie B. Castañeda. During the design thinking process po, can we both take things subjectively and objectively, sir? Yan.
Objectively, when you're looking into the data, when you're gathering. But then in the end, actually, alam nyo ba, wala namang perfect objective. Sa research, dapat tinuro yan, di ba? Wala namang perfect objective. In the end, the moment you interpret data, there's already a tint of subjectivity there.
Always, yes.
Kasi you're being guided, you're unconsciously, your biases, your judgment, prejudices already coming in. Even the way you see things, that's very subjective na eh. Right? So, again, it's okay if you do subjectively. Pero wag naman super subjective na super interpretation yun na. Your interpretation according to the law of, I don't know. 'Di
Mm.
ba? So wag masyadong subjective. Maintain some level of objectivity.
Yeah. Sir, I think this is the last question for this because it's already lunchtime, no? Magutom po tayo. We have Coach Arman. How do you inspire a teacher who is not performing well because fellow teacher, what's that? Lull them down or pull them down, I think.
Lull or pull them down? Pwedeng
Pull.
lull or
It's
pull them
pull. Mm.
pull them down. How do you inspire teacher? Ako kakausapin ko si teacher. Pero remember, it's not just the teacher that is not performing well. Kausapin mo din yung mga nagpo-pull down. Kasi kung ako yan, and that's what I do in my classroom. If a student pull down another student, I talk to the person being affected. I talk to the person doing it. Kasi you now have to change the dynamics. Diyan yung sinasabi nila kailangan minsan ang school leader, kailangan niyang ilugar sa tamang lugar. Sorry, very straightforward, but that's what I want to say. Diyan papasok ang school leader. Sana the school leader focuses on creating an environment that is conducive for teachers and for students. Minsan nasa ano lang yan nasa kultura natin. And most of the time, and I spoke about culture, may training din ako about culture. And you know that there are toxic school cultures. And one of the many marks of toxic school cultures, competitive. Second, resistance to change. And number three, when you have teachers who resist change and initiatives. Minsan, sobrang kawawa kasi I've done this, even school leaders. Alam niyo ba ang school leaders, kawawa din sila, especially when they move to new schools. Wala pa silang ginagawa, nega na agad yung mga nadatnan nila. And you know why? Most of the negativities, straight talk, comes from those institutions na sa school. Ang mga batang teachers, ang mga bagong teachers, they won't resist. Yung mga institutions minsan, yung institution na. And it's not a generalization ha. Hindi generalization, di lahat. Kasi when I spoke to a school leader, sabi niya, you know sir, ang ganda ng school ko ngayon, bago ako, pero grabe yung mga veteran teachers ko, ang support. They are the core of the good school culture of the school.
Yes.
Di ba?
Mm.
Pero minsan, in reality, merong opposite. Kaya nahihirapan yung school leaders. So again, it takes two to tango. Hindi lang to work ng school leader. Anong ginagawa ng mga master teacher? 'Di ba? May leadership role kayo. Anong ginagawa ng fellow teachers ninyo? Where is the sense of community? Where is the sense of community there? Siguro doon ako babagsak, no? The last idea. Where is the sense of community? Ayun.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for the insights. Correct me if I'm wrong. This afternoon will be asynchronous activities na, sir, no?
Oh, let's pop in for just 30 minutes kasi mga 2 pa naman mawala. So 1 to 1:30, okay lang ba?
Okay.
I'll just
Yes.
give instruction and maybe last questions. And then 1:30 onwards, asynchronous activity na.
All right. Thank you so much. So that's Sir Jim, no? Sir Jim Toscano. Yan. Thank you so much. Sir, first day pa lang, ang dami na. Ang dami ko nang napulot, sir. Very, very insightful po. If we have special instructions po from our behind the scene, no? Magbigay lang po kayo ng cue if meron po. Bali po, later on, just like what Sir Jim said, we will be meeting at around 2 o'clock, sir. Tama po ba?
1
o'clock.
1.
30 minutes lang, sir, at least for the instruction and some.
Kasi 2 mawawala na yung kuryente. Mawawala na yung kuryente.
All right. Thank you so much po. So, I think wala na pong announcements. Just be back at 1 p.m. po sa ating po mga technical team, no? Kita-kita po tayo ulit. First day pa lang po ito, no? Meron pa po tayong mga ibang araw. Ako, busog na busog ako, sir, pero idada-digest ko muna para may space pa po mamaya. So, thank you so much po and have a great lunch po. See you later po.
See you later, everyone. Bye-bye.